Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1541 of the War News stream. And tonight, Iran has decided to go a little bit crazy out of the blue. We've seen that Iran's attacked a cargo ship and sunk the ship, actually, just hours ago. And also, they seized a major alleged military ship near Hormuz, which is being called a floating arsenal. So that's not good. We're also seeing that Moscow is currently under attack by Ukrainian drones, and the airports are currently under strong surveillance, they call it. And also, there's heavy U.S. Air Force activity near the Iranian airspace near the Persian Gulf. And we have very big news tonight, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments in most every corner of the globe over the course of the day, including the United States and North America at large, as well as East Asia, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe over the course of this day. Earlier in the morning, we were able to hear reports that the Islamic Republic of Iran's, not the Islamic Republic, but the Islamic Republic of Iran's IRGC forces did conduct a direct armed attack against an Indian merchant vessel, causing such serious damage that the vessel did sink within the area of the coast of the Gulf of Oman just earlier in the day. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that a Honduran-flagged vessel has been seized, which some have alleged to have been a floating arsenal for Chinese mercenaries that were operating within the area, attempting to provide security and offer assistance to commercial vessels that are attempting to deal with piracy within the region. These allegations are quite significant about the type of vessel that was seized, and it does also appear that the IRGC has quite truly physically taken control of this particular vessel, which is giving us a general understanding or a lack of understanding as to why this vessel was seized if the allegations were correct. Meanwhile, the Iranians are now even further exerting control over the Strait of Hormuz and have now stated that even once the war ends, the Iranians will not be permitting or allowing the United States Navy to be able to ship arms and supplies to U.S. forces within the region via the Strait of Hormuz, no matter what deal is made with the United States of America. In the meantime, we've also been able to see significant U.S. Air Force activity over the entirety of the Middle East, while at the same time, the Iranians have now started the resumption of the loading of oil at Corrig Island, something that is rather unexpected considering that they have not been loading oil at Corrig Island for about the entirety of about 5 to 6 days. We've also been able to hear some other statements out of Tehran over the course of the day, and it also appears that the Iranian government is believing that the war will resume, as they are largely giving the U.S. no other option but to resume the conflict at this point. The United States blockade is still continuing at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman. In the meantime, we've also been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted a major drone attack against the Russian Federation over the course of the past few hours, with some of these drones actually making their way towards the Moscow air defense perimeter, leading to the closure of the Domodedovo and also the Volknov international airports within the area of Moscow. Additionally, a major oil fire has now broken out at Ryazan after several Ukrainian drones hit the oil refining facility, leading to a major fire. The fire is, as many of y'all would know, Novorossiysk or Tuap's size, and currently the billowing smoke is creating a toxic plume over the city, and it is now raining oil over Ryazan. A lot of Russians...
Raining oil again already in another city. That's wild. And you know, just recovering, by the way, after the other city just went through this. This is wild to happen this close together.
It really is insane. And not only that, it's even crazier, folks, because in most parts of the world, people are wondering where they're going to be getting their next drop of oil from. In Russia, you just have to look to the sky, and it's almost always raining oil at this point in Russia. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that the natural gas processing plant near Astrakhan has taken absolutely major damage. A satellite photography made today is showing that the attack yesterday largely rendered the facility completely inoperable. At the same time, we've also been able to hear some significant developments out of a Russian submarine pin way off in Ryazan, in the area of the Kamchatka Peninsula in eastern Russia, as we're now starting to see that Russian nuclear submarines are being equipped with, and I kid you not, anti-drone nets. Why, I have no clue, but they are being equipped with them, and we have satellite confirmation of that, which we'll be showing y'all later on in the stream. In the meantime, the United States of America's president and also diplomatic delegation is still in Beijing at this moment and is talking with the Chinese. This morning, Xi Jinping has disgraced the United States of America and put dishonor on its name by claiming that the United States of America is a declining power. While this statement was made directly at the face of the President of the United States and is a direct insult and challenge to the United States and its current position in the world, the President of the United States has now tried to play it as a domestic political move and is now stating that it is not actually stating that the nation itself is in decline, only a certain political group within the United States, while his political group is fine and dandy. We've also been able to hear of other statements and developments that have been made in the People's Republic of China today, including additional statements about the situation with Taiwan, with their only statements being made officially at the moment by the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State of the United States of America, largely reiterating that the U.S.'s position on the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan is unchanged at this moment, and that they will be seeing that the United States continues its strategic and defensive relationship with the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan well on into the future. We have also been able to hear that meanwhile, the Ukrainian armed forces have been inflicting significant losses onto the Russians and stopping any advances, and the Russian drone attack from last night actually ended up landing in a very hard-to-reach area of the Chernobyl exclusion zone and has led to a wildfire in a radioactive forest. We've also been able to see that in the midst of this, another U.S. military unit that was supposed to be deployed to Germany as a support force for U.S. Army Europe and Africa has had its deployment canceled, now meaning that the U.S. is missing a portion of an artillery regiment in Germany that should be there otherwise. And we've also been able to hear some other significant news coming out of Venezuela and Cuba over the course of the day as well. But we are going to be making sure to get through all of this news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And I do...
Sounds like some big news today, I would say. Some very big news. Also, by the way, folks, the whole China situation, I'm sure y'all been seeing this today. That situation has gone completely different than even we thought it was going to go to a large degree. The tensions between the U.S. and China are actually rising as a result of this meeting, and we'll get into that a little bit later on, but it's gotten very contentious. We got Secret Service fighting with the Chinese police apparently at the meeting. We've gotten apparently nasty statements being lobbed from Xi Jinping's guys toward the U.S. officials, and also apparently U.S. officials telling China that they're not budging on Taiwan, and apparently things are going a little bit sideways, not going the way they planned it probably at all.
And it does appear that that certainly is the case, and we'll be getting on into that later, folks, because While it is going to be somewhat important for foreign policy and our long-term prerogatives in the United States, it's not exactly the most pressing news coming out today, so it'll be covered a little bit later on after the Middle East news. We'll be giving it its time then. But moving us on into all of the major news that we have over the day, it is time for us to move on and into the Middle East, and particularly towards the Strait of Hormuz, as we have seen a resurgence of IRGC violence against commercial merchant vessels within the area of the Strait. Earlier today, we did get reports that the IRGC started to attack and seize a wide variety of vessels around the area at this moment within the Strait of Hormuz, and are continuing to increase their claims on the strait and how they're going to be exerting control over it into the indefinite future. We have been able to hear that earlier today, the IRGC did put out an official statement stating that they will no longer allow U.S. weapons to pass through the Strait of Hormuz to regional bases. This is a fairly important thing for the post-war situation in the region, as the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet, which is based in the Middle East, is largely supported by overseas transports by other U.S. Navy auxiliaries, which make their way into the Gulf and then drop off significant amounts of munitions, personnel, and also other support into the area for the United States Navy and also other forces that require supplies whenever necessary. This means that the Iranians are now making it clear that even in the post-war scenario, they will not be allowing the United States of America to use the Strait of Hormuz as an international waterway, something that we've already known so far, and they will be exerting unilateral control over the strait to protect and advance their interest within the region to the detriment of the United States of America and our sphere of influence in the area. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that several attacks were conducted today as well, including against one Indian vessel named the Haji Ali. It's not really a lot to look at, and to be entirely honest with y'all, it looks like one of those tourist pirate ships that you see down on like a American port city somewhere, but this vessel is actually a livestock carrier, and from what we understand, the vessel was hit so heavily by an Iranian cruise missile or a drone that the ship caught fire, and the fire eventually rendered the vessel inoperable and also weakened the hull integrity, leading to the sinking of the vessel. All 14 of the crew members on board the Haji Ali were recovered by the Omani Coast Guard. Meanwhile, we've also been able to hear of another significant incident outside of the strike and the destruction of the Haji Ali today within the coast of the area of the Gulf of Oman. We have also been able to hear of another major announcement around the area of the Iranian coastline. A vessel, this one right here, a Honduran-flagged one has been called a research vessel, the Hui Chuan, has also been seized today by the IRGC. Now, there is a lot of questionability about what exactly the Hui Chuan is. Its name is Chinese, it's flagged out of Honduras, and the allegations that people have made about the ship and its actual purposes in the region are quite interesting as well. This ship is officially registered, mind you all, by the way, as an actual research vessel. However, there has been allegations that it is reportedly operated by a Chinese PMC security company as a floating arsenal for its forces within the area. From what we've been able to hear about these allegations, it appears that this ship is some sort of an auxiliary vessel to Chinese PMC operations that are put on board merchant ships within the area to be able to try and protect them against piracy, in particular things like the Somali pirates and whatnot, and also the Yemeni Houthis, which have been fairly present within the area. This vessel apparently provides the munitions and also the weaponry necessary, and also a temporary staging area, at least from the allegations, for this private military company to be able to operate when they're not on someone else's ship actively being paid to fulfill a contract. If this allegation is true, the Iranian IRGC has just seized some sort of a mercenary vessel that's apparently operated by China, but I do want to make it incredibly clear, folks, that the legality of this sort of a situation is in an extreme gray area because the vessel is flagged out of Honduras. The company that owns the vessel is operated out of a whole other country that's not Honduras. The people on board are allegedly a Chinese PMC, which would be, beholden to the laws of the People's Republic of China, and so you can see that there is a pretty decent international law soup going on if those allegations are correct with that vessel. We did get some additional information as well over the course of the day about this particular ship, as it does appear that according to the BBC, the vessel that the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations said was taken to Iranian waters earlier today was allegedly a floating armory used by Chinese private military contractors in the local region to protect the vessels from piracy. The vessel in question is the Honduras-flagged Hui Chuan, which is the one that has the allegations leveraged against it that it is some sort of a PMC floating arsenal. We've also been able to see that UKMTO report as well, which stated in particular that this vessel had been taken under the control of the IRGC. The UKMTO has received a report of an incident 38 nautical miles northeast of Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. The CSO has reported that the vessel has been taken by unauthorized personnel whilst at anchor and is now bound for Iranian territorial waters. The UKMTO continues to investigate, and vessels are advised to report any suspicious activity as usual to the UKMTO. Or the British.
Also,
Go ahead.
Also notice, by the way, the location in which this apparently happened. That red box right there on the map, isn't that rather close to the U.S. blockade on the southern end of the Strait of Hormuz? It looks like it's pretty close to it. And also, is that in UAE territorial waters, or is that in the international waters part of the strait?
That would actually be within the international waters part of the strait. Particularly, this is a significant anchorage near to the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz for vessels that are awaiting passage. And while we're not seeing a lot of ships here anymore, unfortunately, there used to be a large amount of ships, usually in the dozens, that would be waiting here to make their passage through the strait. However, this is not close to the U.S. blockade line. The U.S. blockade line is at the mouth of the Gulf of Oman, way over here near the Pakistani-Iranian border, and then extends all the way down to this northwestern tip of the Omani coast within this area. We actually have that denoted on our map over here. So this is actually a pretty significant distance away from the U.S. blockade line. And while we have seen that some U.S. warships do venture fairly far in and do make it about to that area of that anchorage before they turn around, it's not an active part of the blockade line that's being enforced at the entrance of the Gulf of Oman, much farther to the east, about 100 miles away.
I wish we had videos from that vessel, but unfortunately, it sounds like the people were taken, I guess, by the Iranians. I think. What did they get away, or were they taken by the Iranian forces that boarded the vessel?
We don't know, actually. All we know is that the vessel has been seized by unauthorized personnel, and that's it. We don't know what happened to the crew or anything else.
Well, yeah, but too bad we didn't have videos, because I've seen claims by CENTCOM today that Iran's only using like a couple of their fast attack boats, which seems like complete bogus, by the way, because we've seen satellite footage showing hundreds of them going through the Strait of Hormuz. They're laying more mines, etc. But I wonder, the reason why I was asking that question is I wonder how many vessels came up to this ship to hijack it. Was it just like one or two skiffs? Was it like a whole fleet of them? I wonder how they took it, because, you know, that's a very important detail.
Well, one thing that's also interesting is that they apparently would have had to sail past several vessels that are still waiting here. To give you all some ideas, like the Barbados flag New Venture, or, for example, the Marshall Islands flag Titan crude oil tanker, or another crude oil tanker, the Ranger, which is also flagged out of Barbados. They would have had to sail past all of those with their fast attack boats to be able to make it to this vessel and seize this one in particular, which is also quite interesting because it raises the question, what has this vessel done that apparently alerted the IRGC that that was the one to be seized out of all the other vessels that were sitting in that anchorage, to go for that one specifically and not the other ones that were far closer to the Iranian coast, which is quite interesting as well, and once again adds a little bit of intrigue to the story that's largely developing at the moment. We can only confirm that the vessel has been seized. Most of the additional details at the moment, like the allegations of it being a floating arsenal, haven't really been confirmed yet at the moment, and they're just allegations for now. And also the fact that the IRGC singled this one out of all of the ships that were sitting in that anchorage, and also the fact that it appears to have been anchored within that area, according to a report from the UKMTO, is all adding a little bit to the fire of suspicion that we have around this vessel and why this one was picked particularly. Still, it is an interesting development. In the meantime, the United States has announced, according to information that came out today, that Iran had enriched uranium up to 60% prior to last summer's Operation Midnight Hammer. And that was according to a statement today by CENTCOM Chief Admiral Brad Cooper, who spoke to the Senate Armed Services Committee, adding that there is no civilian use for such highly enriched uranium, which is absolutely true. Enriched uranium for civilian purposes only has to be enriched to about 3.6 to 3.7% to be fuel grade and used in nuclear reactors. An enrichment quality of 60% is getting well on to becoming nuclear fuel for nuclear weaponry, which is a very different sort of a category and is not allowed under the non-proliferation treaties around the world that stop multiple countries, actually everyone who isn't currently nuclear armed, from getting a nuclear weapon. So it does appear that we're once again getting confirmation from the U.S. government, at least, that much like we've known from the IAEA and many other sources, the Iranians were working well on their way to enriching uranium to a weapons grade. We've also been able to hear that a lot of people right now in the chat are talking about this alleged floating armory that was seized today by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps near to the Strait of Hormuz. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so the vessel that was seized today, and by the way, just to make it clear, the Iranians sunk a vessel and then they seized the vessel. So the one they sunk was some type of cargo ship. So it apparently sunk. The crew got away. They thankfully didn't go down with the ship. But the one that was seized is being alleged by mainstream media to be a floating armory in the Strait of Hormuz. But once again, it's officially a research vessel. But people are trying to make this idea that it's some type of floating armory. It is interesting, though, that apparently Iran found it worthy to seize the vessel, which does sort of lend credibility to the idea that it could be a floating armory, and that might be why Iran targeted that vessel. But also, by the way, why do you think they've done this, and what's up with it? So 57% said Iran wanted more weapons for war, and that's probably why they went for it, if it is indeed a floating armory. 17% said Iran simply looking to pawn the stuff at the pawn shop. 15% said it sounds like a faulty report. And at this point, it's kind of hard to tell. I would tend to think that the mainstream media articles look to be accurate, so we'll have to wait for more details. This vessel is very, very strange and also hard to really get to the bottom of, so it's hard to say with certainty. But if it was loaded with weapons and it was an armory, I would say that Iran's probably looking to get weapons of war, because of course we're about to restart hostilities with Iran. It's imminent at this point, and Iran needs everything they can get to fight the United States and basically, fight off the U.S. from attacking their country. So that's probably why they went for it. Now, I'm with the 57%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with the 57% as well. I think that it was definitely most likely correction, everyone. I wouldn't go with the 57% looking at that now, because I was looking at that there for a second while Matthew was talking. I was like, yeah, let me get ready to say what I was going to say. That's not exactly what I would say about this in the moment. I would say that I'm unsure and undecided, at least off of the poll options at the moment, because the Islamic Republic of Iran is most likely not looking for a couple of RPGs and AKs that would be on board that ship if they were. They have absolutely no impact on how Iran's going to be fighting this war in the future once it begins once more, and so that would make no sense. Private military companies like these folks are not going to be wandering around with a little tugboat, basically, in the Strait of Hormuz that's carrying an S-400, a couple of J-20s, some man pads, maybe a couple of S-400s or 500s, a whole bunch of anti-tank equipment, some of the most advanced in the world. PMCs like these are not going to be carrying that kind of equipment. If anything, they're going to be carrying a load of small arms ammunition, maybe some light anti-tank armaments, and then some rifles. So it's not going to be anything large, and generally that's about all you would need to be able to ward off any pirates. So having an S-400 air defense system for Somali pirates would be a little overkill, and generally not at the bottom line interest of that PMC, which would be out to make money if those allegations are true that vessel was involved in those actions. So I'd have to say, folks, in my honest opinion, I think that they just went out of their way to seize it for some reason that we don't really know of, at least right now. And I would have to say that, in my opinion, I don't really think that they seized it to get some guns, because guns are pretty easy to come by. I mean, an automatic rifle, in reality, is very easy to get. You can buy one from the Russians right now and have it shipped through the Caspian Sea, so there's no reason to go get a Type 56 from China when you can literally buy from the source and get an AK-12 shipped to you in probably the next several weeks. But just
going down the hypothetical, though, if this vessel is indeed associated with China, which, also, by the way, a private military corporation in China, is there really even such thing as that? Because, of course, China's not a free market. Like, it's not open for everybody to start PMCs. That's usually not the way it works. So if this is indeed, and once again, that's a big if, because right now the details are a little bit murky, but let's just assume hypothetically this is a Chinese paramilitary situation here. Why would Iran go in and seize the vessel from China, or that's affiliated with China, knowing that China is their allies? They're trying to give more weapons to Iran. Why would they do something like that? That seems to be a little bit contrary. I'm seeing some people in the chat are sort of speculating here. They're saying maybe this is some type of really sneaky, covert way for China to simply give Iran more weapons in plain sight. It's too early to say that because right now, like I said, the details are too murky to say that. And also, there's still stuff about the vessel that's not currently known. It's just allegations right now. But I mean, it does seem a little bit weird. It's like, also, by the way, out of all the vessels that are currently waiting around the Strait of Hormuz, Iran makes a beeline for this one. It's like, what's up with that? And also, how did they know about it?
Also, to answer the question about does China have PMCs, they actually have a pretty decent number of them. According to the information that Wikipedia accumulated from 2016, these are the following major PMCs that are operated out of the People's Republic of China: G4S Control Risks, China Security and Protection Company Limited, Beijing Diwi Security Service Company Limited, the Huaqing Zhonggan Beijing Security Service Company Limited, and the Shanghai Zhongqinghui Security Service Group Company Limited as well. And those are all of the Chinese PMCs that were operational in 2016, so they do have them.
I mean, aren't they like state-owned enterprises though? Like, I think it even says that right there. It says state-owned enterprises right there.
But there's also large private enterprises and small and medium enterprises as well. And regardless whether
I think some of those. I think some of those, though. I think some of those might be American affiliated in some way or another. Possibly one of them. It seems also, by the way, I mean, every company in China has like some connection to the government. Like, it doesn't work like that in China. You can't just go over there and have like a completely independent company. It's just not that way.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, though, taking that assumption and saying, well, then this is clearly some sort of a gig by the Chinese and the Iranians to do some secret transfer. How do we explain away that Chinese ship that was loaded up with Iranian oil that the IRGC went out and seized last week? Like, was that some sort of a great scheme by the Iranians and the Chinese to give Iran back their oil that they literally could have just turned around and unloaded at Karg Island if they wanted to? Like, that kind of stuff starts falling apart really quickly when we start to look at all of the other situations that have involved a Chinese ship and the IRGC so far that we know of and can confirm, because there isn't really.
I thought the Iranians said they were confused about that vessel. Later, they tried to backtrack because they realized it was a Chinese oil tanker that they had seized. I thought they tried to backtrack off of that.
I didn't see that myself. I mean, maybe you saw that, but I never saw it. All I heard was that it was seized, and that was that.
On this one, I would say, well, like I said, there's a lot of hypotheticals here, so we're having to sort of go off of a hypothetical because we don't know for a certainty what the vessel was doing or what it really was. But the allegations are saying it was some sort of floating arsenal. So I wouldn't conflate the oil tankers with this situation right here. They could be completely separate, and they could have different motivations for it. So I wouldn't conflate the two.
But what kind of weapons, though, would the Chinese be providing through those means that they couldn't just railroad through Russia and then have shipped via the Caspian, which would be a much easier and more direct way to ship weapons to Iran rather than Iran having to hold on to some tugboat at this point to be able to try and get the weapons off of it if these allegations are true. I mean, if the Chinese wanted to send weapons to Iran, there's a much easier way of going about that than having to send a little tugboat filled with weapons, into the Gulf of Oman to get seized. There's a whole bunch of easier ways to do that wouldn't even raise any kind of suspicions at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But maybe when more information comes out, we can figure out what the truth is behind it.
Maybe so. But outside of that, we've also been able to hear of another statement by the President of the United States where it was said that the military decimation of Iran is to be continued, which actually would bring us right into our Chinese news, which we'll be getting into here in a moment. We've also been able to hear that the U.S. blockade at the moment has currently stopped and turned around and fired upon about 76 ships at this point that have attempted to challenge the blockade. So quite a significant number. And from what we do understand so far, the U.S. Armed Forces are still keeping a fairly significant blockade at this moment going at the Gulf of Oman, and we have not seen a vessel challenge it and succeed just yet. We've also been able to hear that oil loading has resumed at Karg Island, which is also quite interesting, as this image right here actually shows us a vessel that is at the oil loading pier, and this is the first one that we have confirmed since May 7th. So it's been roughly about an entire week at this point since we saw the last ship loading with oil at Karg Island, and we're now seeing another one loading. So this appears to be throwing a little bit of our analysis out of the window yesterday that maybe they had run out of some form of capacity. Maybe they just found one ship that could load a little bit of extra oil onto it, or they didn't run out of capacity and there was some other reason that they stopped loading for an entire week at Karg Island, and now it may be resuming at a somewhat regular pace. However, it is only one ship, folks, so this might be the only one, or it might be followed by several several others. We're not sure yet, but this is starting to lead to an idea that this was some sort of an anomalous situation that's happened over the course of the past week, to where we saw that all oil loading stopped, and now it looks like it may possibly be resuming once again. We've also been able to see significant U.S. Air Force activity over the area of the Middle East, with a significant amount of aerial tankers airborne today, and some resupply flights, RCHs and Mooses, flying in and continuing the resupplies throughout the entirety of the region. We have also been able to see as well that an RC-135W signals intelligence aircraft, or a rivet joint, was in the area today as well, most likely trying to gather more signals intelligence on the Islamic Republic of Iran to be able to try and see where their military is at currently and what position they're largely taking. And we're starting to get a clear idea of Iran that that position is not a good one for the United States, at least as far as dragging on the ceasefire for as long as possible, because the Iranians are already saying, including Mohammad Morandi, that Tehran's operating assumption is that the U.S. may once again shift towards restarting the war on Iran. Which I gotta say, folks, I mean, it's kind of crazy that everybody in the world is assuming that the war on Iran is going to restart, including Iran, and the only people who are not assuming that the war is going to be starting again anytime soon is largely the office of the president, which, as stated today, which I do have to say that the destruction will continue, but they have also said that many times over the past month and a week, and we have seen that each time they say that, destruction is still long down the distance in terms of time and is never coming around the corner. So it does appear that everybody is largely under the understanding at this point that there has to be some resumption of military action, because the Iranians are hardlining, we're hardlining, and we need the strait to be reopened. So there has to be some sort of resumption of military action. Otherwise, it's going to be to the absolute detriment of the United States if that is not done. And it looks like the Iranians are trying to goad us into returning into a conflict with them, maybe even to their own detriment without them knowing, because we have to open the strait. That means that military action must be made to reopen the strait. We have also been able to see that some Iranian billboards have been put up around Tehran as well that are actually listing off Iran's exact demands to the public. You can even see right here on these cheap billboards that they have a hand holding up 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to not get people mixed up on what order these are in.
Also, by the way, tell me if I'm wrong, folks, but I'm pretty sure that billboards are for advertising products. I mean, why are they advertising the peace deal to the Iranian citizens? They're not involved in the talks.
Matthew, the Islamic regime
Explain
is a
this.
marketable good. It's the Islamic regime's ideology is a marketable item, and they must get everybody on board.
Well, I mean, it's not, people aren't getting a say, man. They just mowed down like 40,000 of them the other day. It's like, they're not getting a say in this. It's like, what the hell are these billboards even for? This is the goofiest thing.
Matthew, you do not understand. In the great, and I do have to say, in His Excellency's benevolence, the Islamic Republic of Iran is giving the people a choice. They're letting them understand what they're doing, and they can either get on board or the massacres continue. And that is quite a benevolent position by a government like Iran's. I mean, truly, folks, imagine that.
I tell you what, man. I'll tell you, this is a very flamboyant move by a very flamboyant regime. I just don't understand it, really. I just don't understand this. You know, and this isn't the first time, by the way. Like, usually the IRGC will go put up these massive, like, huge banners on the side of buildings, and they'll like threaten Israel with these banners and stuff like that. I guess they're expecting people to photograph it and then upload it so that way the West can see it. But it's like, well, you know, I mean, they could just put out an announcement instead. So I've never really understood the whole like messaging through billboards thing. It's kind of a weird concept.
But you know when you think about it, though, let me go get this. Let's see. So let me go see if I can find some images of these in North Korea. Well, I can't find images of... Oh, here we are. Well, you know, North Korea has those Juche slogans that are up everywhere in Pyongyang and even the provincial cities and towns. And it's not for any real purpose, because it's not like, you know, you have to tell the North Korean public, working hard is good, because if they don't work hard, they get sent to a labor camp, you know, and then they work until they die. So there's a very significant motivation to work, so that way they don't get put in a camp and get killed. But yet they still have these slogans everywhere. Like, even defectors have stated that giant slogans like these can be found in the smallest of villages throughout the country. The North Korean government can't pay for them to live in nicer housing or to have any electricity or to even feed them, but by golly, they are going to put up a giant concrete sign on the side of the road telling you to work hard for the Juche revolution, because that they do have money for. And so I guess it's kind of similar like that in Iran, because they're a dictatorship and an authoritarian regime. They feel like putting up that sort of propaganda is beneficial beneficial to their state for some means or some purpose, which I don't really understand myself either. But outside of that, we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we do have some breaking news. So we haven't actually had a breaking news segment on the live stream in probably about a week, but we have one tonight. We have just gotten word from Iran. They are declaring that they have now just deployed the Ghadir-class mini submarines. And also, if you could pull up a picture of that, because I'm not really familiar with their submarines that they have, but they've just deployed them into the Strait of Hormuz. Oh my goodness.
The guppy.
Yeah. Okay. So that's their submarine. But Iran is declaring these the invisible guardian of the strait to enforce control over the vital waterway. And they're now threatening to possibly attack ships using these submarines that are now, they're claiming, are all over the strait. They've just apparently set them out into position. So, my goodness, by the way, I didn't know that was their submarine. Is that the only one they've got, or did it have other ones?
They have some of these. I think they have like 10 or so, but it's not a lot of them.
Okay, so, I mean, can these things actually carry anything? I mean, they look like they're slightly larger than a narco sub.
Well, that's a good question. Let's go to the Wikipedia article and figure out what they got. So, the armament is two 533 millimeter torpedoes.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. And also, by the way, that's assuming they're all armed with these. And also, they're saying they deployed several, but we don't know what several means. I mean, several could technically be two. They've actually got, they got about 8 right here in the picture, at least. That's if they haven't all been destroyed.
According to Wikipedia, they have 20 of these, but I don't know how accurate that count is at the moment right now.
Okay, so I'm not really sure if we should be concerned by it. I mean, I guess technically, if there's 20 of them and they all carry torpedoes, I mean, that's obviously a cause for concern. But, these don't look stealth. That's just my assumption. They don't look stealth. And they look kind of ugly, too. Like they might have been made out of somebody's backyard with a parts bin. Is that the size of it?
That's the size of the beast.
How many of those bastards can they fit in there?
Oh. How many? What do you mean, bastards? Crew members, torpedoes?
Or crew members?
Crew members. Yes, the complement of this vessel is 7.
Oh, 7 people. Should we be concerned about this or not? Because I'm kind of like, I'm on the fence about laughing about it, but at the same time, 20 of them could be a risk. So, I mean, what's your take?
I mean, they kind of are a little, but not really. I mean, like they're a threat because they're in a place like Hormuz. If they weren't in a place like Hormuz, they wouldn't be a threat at all. They'd easily be found and destroyed because really no Navy fields these anymore because midget subs are considered absolutely stupid. You fit a clown car sized amount of guys in a clown car sized sub, and then you send it out into the strait, and it's not really going to do a lot in reality. But they could be detected by anti-submarine measures like putting in a sonar dip in the water from a helicopter, or even using the active sonar off of an Arleigh Burke, and you could probably easily find one of these things and knock it out. So I don't really think this thing is that big of an issue. To be honest, the fast attack boats swarming on the surface are more of a threat than these things, I would say.
Yeah, I guess maybe these right here. I mean, let's look at this. I mean, they've had this submarine capability the entire time. So if they wanted to hit a U.S. Navy warship, they could have already done it, I would assume. So this must be purely for the intimidation factor. They're putting this out there. They're trying to once again put more fear into the minds of the ship captains that are trying to take their cargo ships through the strait. Because if they wanted to hit the U.S. Navy, they could have already tried it, but they haven't so far. So, it's really unclear at this point. This one is kind of like a sideways announcement. Like I wasn't expecting to hear this tonight. I wonder why they waited until now to do this.
That's a good. I don't know actually. This is a little bit interesting. I generally assumed that most of these were not operational because they've been knocked out earlier. But at least according to the Iranians, they may have some of them that are operational, and they may be out in the strait. It wouldn't pose a threat to the U.S. Navy, but it would pose a threat to commercial shipping that's trying to pass through the area because they could try and torpedo them. So that's the threat. But I mean, on top of that, folks, I mean, if you look at this thing, it's not really like it's a real submarine. I mean, that giant tube thing on the back of the conning tower, I assume is the periscope. So the periscope is the periscope, which can only be sized down so small, is so large even compared to this thing that it's a significant portion of the conning tower or the sail of the submarine. Then on top of that, we have to remember this thing carries only 2 torpedoes. And let me see what type of torpedoes this thing can carry. So let's see here. Um, let's see here. So, so all the Iranian folks down here are saying, "Oh my God, these things are so scary and destructive." No, I'm doubting that because if they were, wouldn't every navy on the planet have some of these? And they don't. The Iranians, I think, are one of the only ones that do. But let's see here. They don't really put out a lot of info on what type of torpedoes this thing can carry. Oh, wait a minute, hang on.
It's an ancient Iranian secret.
The Volfager. These right here.
Oh yeah, those the Falfager. You got to watch out for those. Like who gave these to them? Like, did they surely didn't make them on their own?
They make them, but they only have a range of 15 kilometers, which is roughly 7 miles. So if you're 7 miles away from this thing, there's really no way that it can hit you with a torpedo. Or it can carry the Hoot. This is the Hoot.
That looks like it's a hoot.
This thing has a range of 6 miles, at a maximum speed of 220 miles per hour. This is a supercavitation torpedo. So this is one of the ones that people have talked about in the past that we had to start learning on, and it can also carry some anti-ship missiles as well, but once again, only 2. And so in any number of munitions that this thing could fire, really anyone could deal with the threat that these things pose easily. Even if all of them were out there in the strait at one moment in time, these things wouldn't really pose that much of a threat. It's really more of the fast attack boats that are posing the threat at the moment right now.
Yeah. Also, by the way, just out of curiosity, this is kind of a side note at this point, but how are these things actually like fully submersible, or are they semi-submersible, and how deep can they go allegedly?
Oh, let's see. Let's see if we can find any of that information here on this page, because I'm sorry, folks, I don't know a lot about this one.
Because the reason why I'm asking that is because it looks like a narco sub, it smells like a narco sub, but is it a narco sub? Because technically, narco subs are not true submarines. They're usually not fully submersible. They're usually semi-submersible. They paint them a color that blends in with the water, so that way you really can't see the top of it because it can't really go fully under the water. So it's hard to tell if these right here are actually real submarines or not, or they're just calling it that.
Well, they're real submarines because the narco subs are the low visibility vessels, like such things like that. This one actually can submerge. It's just that it doesn't appear that there's any sort of publicly published sort of a dive test limit that's been put out for this thing. So I'm assuming that it probably can't go deep, maybe like 300 feet or so, which isn't really a whole lot, but that would literally be to the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz. But there's no thermal layer there, so it doesn't really matter how deep this thing can go, because whether it's at 300 feet, 200 feet, or 50 feet, it's going to be detected on active sonar because there's no thermal layer for this thing to go under because the strait is so shallow.
I hope they got good sonar in these things because they got a whole minefield out there now. So I wonder if we'll be hearing about a big kaboom in the strait, and then one of these submarines just starts bubbling to the surface.
I mean, you never know. You might hear at some point that some ship that's near to the strait goes and reports to the UK MTO, there's some weird bubbling in an oil slick that just popped up on the top of the water near to our ship. It's one of these things that just imploded down there while it was like skittering around. That would honestly be hilarious. But it does appear that at this point, the Iranians are stating that they do have a couple of little Goddard-class submarines out there right now in the strait. But outside of that, they put up these billboards and stated that these are their following demands. 1, the removal of all sanctions. 2, payment of reparations. 3, the acceptance of Iranian sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. 4, release of frozen funds. And 5, a ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. Which they actually included the flag of Hezbollah and also Lebanon on the 5th billboard to make sure to get that point across that it's everything including Lebanon. So it does appear that the Iranians are still working off of maximalist demands, and they're putting their billboards up in Tehran to continue to show that that is the case. But alas, folks, it is time for us now finally to move on out of the Middle East and on into China, because we have a lot of news that came out of China over the day, and we're going to be covering this news in sequence from the first statements that came out today that we were able to report on up into the most recent ones, starting with the oldest reports first and then moving up to the most recent to show you all the progression through the day. Moving us on into our first reports, we were able to hear that China and the United States were at least able to agree that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So there you have that. Considering that China is a signing member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, they would be obligated by treaty to make this statement. So it doesn't really mean much of anything more than that, because Russia has also said that as well. Yet we see Russia taking no active actions to stop their support of Iran, to stop them from nuclearizing. As a matter of fact, Russia is actually largely helping Iran to nuclearize. So Russia has made a similar statement like this, and we haven't really seen anything come out of it. We've also been able to see that there's also been some other interesting developments, but a lot of people are talking at the moment and getting to this before we get into the rest of our news in Beijing about whether the war in Iran is going to be restarting soon. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so before we jump into our China news, we got to cover this first because I got to get my China polls ready. But the poll right here says on this one, the U.S. president said today, he said it in a post that was generally talking about China, but he did say that military decimation of Iran will continue very soon. It will be continued. So what happens next? Because of course we have heard that before, but this is the newest statement we've gotten so far, saying that the war is about to restart directly from the president himself. 49% said it will restart after the Beijing meeting. 35% said the USA is trying to scare Iran to talk, and 10% said it could start at any moment. It could start tonight. And I would say I am definitely solidly with the 49%. This Beijing meeting must end first. The president needs to come back to the United States. And once all the pieces of the puzzle are solidly in place, the U.S. will likely restart the attacks on Iran then, because pretty much everybody's on the same page. Iran knows it's restarting. They're saying that. The U.S. president's now saying it's going to restart. China's also warning that it's going to restart. Russia's warning it as well. I mean, everybody's on the same page. So there's pretty much no scenario where this does not restart. It's pretty much guaranteed to, and we're hearing the president echo that statement once again. So, of course, the Iranians are sending out their submarines. They have apparently submariners that are willing to throw it back for the regime or throw it down for the regime. Well, possibly one or the other. They have a flamboyant leader these days. You never can tell. But I'm with the 49%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'll be with 49% as well. I would say that this is definitely going to be restarting after the Beijing meeting is over and all of the U.S. officials fly back to the United States, along with all of the billionaires as well, oligarchs. Once they all return back to the United States and they're safe and sound, Tim Apple will give the order, but the president will give the order for the strikes to resume. I would have to say that that's fairly obvious at this point. There's no way that the diplomacy is going to get anywhere with the Iranians. They're still working off of maximalist demands. We're where we're at right now diplomatically with them that we were all the way back a month and a week and a half ago at this point. So there is absolutely no way that continuing on with failed diplomatic attempts is going to achieve anything. War has to be resumed. So I would have to say, folks, that without a shadow of a doubt, the war is going to be starting after the Beijing talks are concluded. They're not going to start it, though, while they're over there, because that could lead to some significant issues. Like, for example, to keep the president, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, and most other top officials, including the president and his cabinet, apprised of the developments, they would have to radio in that information into China, meaning that China would be able to intercept anything that they're getting while they're in China, which means that would be a significant security breach, which is why they would wait to do that once they return and not do that while they're over there, because the Chinese will intercept every radio broadcast that is going to be made, which would be bad for us security-wise. But moving us on out of that whole situation and that poll, it is time for us to get on and into the rest of the news that we have from the People's Republic of China, as we have been able to hear of that significant news today that China and the United States did agree on that Iran does not have to have a nuclear weapon. But you know something, folks? There's a big problem with this. This sounds like a victory, but it's not. And I was trying to explain this a moment ago before we got into this poll. But the problem with this statement is that China can agree that Iran doesn't need to have a nuclear weapon, but if they do nothing to stop that, that's well within their parameter. They could just say, we don't believe in the spirit of them having a nuclear weapon, and outside of that, do nothing. Or they could say this and then actively support Iran nuclearizing and keep that under wraps. So there's not really anything, at least here at the moment, that would give us an idea that this is going to be a significant sort of a development in foreign policy and that China's going to be actively helping us to stomp the Iranians. Because I have to remind you all that Vladimir Putin has said this specific thing 3 times over the course of the last year, and not once has done anything to try and stop Iran from nuclearizing. The Russians
And you remember, by the way, China themselves, they had said they were never going to militarize the South China Island or the South China Sea. They were never going to militarize that. They said that, what was that, like 5 or 6 years ago, something like that? And what's happening now? They're militarizing it. So, I mean, you can't take China's word for squat. Like, they can say something 1 minute, and so can Russia. And, I mean, obviously we can't take their word for it. I think most people know that.
I think most everybody knows that, but I have to make sure to do my due diligence, folks, because the communist Chinese, how do I say it? They just can't be trusted. They're not really a trustworthy bunch, the communist Chinese, you know? That's generally just what we know by historical example at this point and how they've been operating lately. Now, let me ask you all this really quickly. Who in the world's air defense systems did we go up against in Venezuela? They were China's and Russia's. Who in the world's air defense systems did we go up against in Iran? China's and Russia's. Who right now is trying to weaken our sphere of influence around the entirety of the world actively? China. The communist Chinese, that is. Who in the world is also trying to actively work against the United States and their economic and strategic interests in Europe? The Russians. So clearly, if the countries are working against our interests, they're not really friendly with us, and we have no reason to trust them, because nothing that they say is backed up by actual action that agrees with what they told us. So this statement doesn't really mean much of anything. We then were able to hear that the Secretary of State said, I think China's preference is probably to have Taiwan willingly, voluntarily join them. Now, I don't mean to start going on kind of like a dissing thing here, but this has been known for decades. Like, this has literally been known for decades. This isn't something like, I think they're working towards this. China has been stating that they will peacefully reunify Taiwan with the communist Chinese under a one government, two systems model. Y'all know who else they did that to? Hong Kong in 1997. And Macau around the same time, right across the Zhujiang River estuary. They did it to both of them, actually. And you know what happened? Back in 2019, the Chinese government forced the Hong Kong government, because it started to turn into a puppet government at that point, to extradite a citizen of Hong Kong to mainland China to be held accountable for his crimes by a communist Chinese party court, not a Hong Kong court, which started riots and protests inside the city of Hong Kong. Do y'all know what happened afterwards? The Chinese went in there and crushed everybody who was protesting in that, arrested anybody who was a ringleader, and has now largely created Hong Kong as only an independent group in name. Politically, it is a part of the Chinese Communist Party. Their police structure is structured the same way. Their laws are now structured the same way. The Hong Kong Council is structured the same way. Everything about Hong Kong is Communist Chinese. And that's actually what stopped any sort of momentum in Taiwan of them trying to peacefully rejoin China under that one country, two systems model, because they just watched it get crushed in Hong Kong when it actually came time to see if that system was going to survive, and surprise, it didn't, because the communist Chinese are an authoritarian government. And so at the moment, we've already known that the Chinese have been working on this, because there are three things that China does, folks. China does three things as far as they're concerned in the world. They're called non-war military activities. And there's a load of things that are encompassed under this, but as far as Taiwan is concerned, there's three: united front, diplomacy, and low-level coercion. And to give you all a very brief overlay of the three of them, low-level coercion is directly threatening someone with armed force, like, moving an army or a navy near to Taiwan's coastline and insinuating that they could invade them at any moment, and trying to put pressure on them by doing that to accept China's demands or otherwise face total destruction. Then they go down the diplomatic route with the Taiwanese, where they go, hey, look, y'all are Chinese, we're Chinese, we all like, the Chinese foods, we like Chinese culture, we're basically the same. Why don't we all unify? And, we'll give significant concessions. One government, two systems. It's a great idea. Y'all get to be who y'all are, we get to be who we are, but we're all Chinese and under the same country. How about that? That's the diplomacy route. Then there's the third route, which is called the United Front route, which is where they go to all of the other countries in the world that aren't Taiwan, and they go, hey, look at us, we're the communist Chinese, we're really cool and really successful, and we're really the true China. We would love it, if we could grow some cooperation with you trade-wise, which would make y'all a lot of money, and would give y'all a pretty decent little friend over here in East Asia, if y'all just withdraw y'all's recognition of Taiwan as a sovereign government. Could y'all do that for us? That'd be a great thing. And so, by those three measures, they isolate Taiwan internationally from any support from most countries. They then also try and smooth talk the Taiwanese to try and join the Chinese peacefully, which is a huge part of what they do. And that's also why the KMT is their group in Taiwan, because the KMT, which is a political party in Taiwan, leans heavily into that kind of reunification talk because they fall for the Diplomacy Act of the non-war military activities, hook, line, and sinker. And if none of that works, then they threaten Taiwan with an invasion, and they go, we'll beat your ass and destroy your country if you don't join us, so it'd just be better to do it peacefully. That's the three moves that they make. So the Secretary of State saying this, like this is something that he's just discovering or might kind of be the possibility, is absolutely crazy to me, because everybody knows this. This is literally written in the Army Techniques Procedures of how China goes about trying to fight a war without directly fighting one. But moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear as well that China has stated today, and this is one that I do have to say is quite interesting, that they will keep buying Iranian oil. And while they won't sell them any weapons, at least publicly, they won't stop buying their oil. That was the line.
That's kind of a weird thing. It's like, what's really the difference? If China keeps buying Iranian oil, then that means they're funding the Iranian war regime because they're funding their economy. And the entire government inside of Iran is literally built to wage war against their enemies to a large degree. So, I mean, technically, even if you assume China's telling the truth, which I don't believe it for a second, because the U.S. intel report just came out yesterday saying that China's trying to find sneaky ways to sell weapons through third-party countries to the Iranian regime. So already we're on shaky ground, but assuming that China's telling the truth on that, which they're not, but assuming that, I mean, they're literally funding them. They can buy weapons from Russia. They can buy weapons from anywhere with the money that China's basically giving them.
On top of that, another interesting thing here, this is really interesting to me, is that the President of the United States said himself that some ship was seized that was carrying Chinese weapons components. Netanyahu also said that, in confirmation of that claim, that there was a ship carrying Chinese weapons components and weapons to Iran that was seized by the U.S. Navy that we know of. And back then, remember everybody, China said, oh, please, let the dove fly. Let the peace last. War is bad. We shouldn't be having any war. Come on, guys. And while they were saying that, there was a ship sailing from China filled with weapons and weapons parts to Iran. So it kind of leads me to believe that this statement is a flat-out lie. Not only that, the other thing is, folks, is that the Chinese can just ship any of their weapons if they want to get the workaround here. Instead of shipping them by sea to where a ship could be interdicted and we could actually inspect it and find weapons shipments, all they have to do, folks, is get this thing. Let me go pull it up. It's called an ISO container. Let me show it to y'all. This thing right here. Y'all know these, they're in the millions. They get one of these, packed it with weapons, or really anything they want for that matter. This thing can fit a quite great deal of stuff. And they put that on a train, on this thing called an intermodal well car. And then they railroad that into Russia. And then Russia transports that all the way through Russia to the Caspian Sea. And then they load that up on a ship and ship it into Iran. And that's if they didn't want to go through the effort of possibly getting caught. And if they didn't want to get caught, they could do that as a complete workaround. And at that point, there is no way for us to confirm that they're smuggling weapons into Iran, because we have really, outside the CIA, we have no way to confirm directly at that point what they're doing, because we have no way to stop it or interdict it before it gets to Iran by that transportation.
China's not worried about getting caught. Like, trust me, China's not worried about that. Even if the U.S. caught China sending weapons to Iran, the U.S. isn't going to do anything about it. The U.S. President had alluded a while back when the 31st Marines apparently went and boarded a vessel that was trying to make its way to Iran. He said that there was a nasty surprise or something like that from China on board one of the ships, and they were trying to figure out what was going on with it. Well, we never got the details about that. We never heard if it was weapons or it was some type of contraband or something. Obviously, the connotation was negative behind the president's post, so we assume it was probably weapons, but we never got that final confirmation. So, I mean, the U.S. didn't do anything about that. They just simply ignored it, and now they met with Xi Jinping after that apparently happened. So I don't even think they have to worry about it. The third-party thing's not even necessary.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, they could probably be about as brazen with it as they want, like they are with most everything else these days, like what we're about to be getting to here in a moment, which we're working there, folks. I know, I see everybody is working on the poll right now and answering it. Don't worry, we're about to be getting to that one real soon. But before we get to that, though, we have to get to the other news that happened today. Apparently, in the midst of the meetings that were going on in the People's Hall and whatnot in Beijing, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the People's Hall is actually in the Forbidden City, and they're currently using this as the meeting area at the moment between Xi Jinping and the President of the United States. At some point when they were bringing the President of the United States into another room to have a one-on-one sit-down with Xi Jinping, the Chinese police said, no, 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 you don't go. And then the Secret Service said, hey, watch it. Get off us. We're going in there. And then they said, no, 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 you don't go. So then they started laying hands on each other. And then that turned into fists. And the fists started flying everywhere from what we've been able to hear. And in giant...
Oh, well, actually, there's some other details here apparently. So here's the further details. I got some extra details here for you to get to this post right here. So apparently, this altercation started between U.S. Secret Service and Chinese police. Apparently, at the Temple of Heaven. Apparently, that's apparently where this clash started. The clash was over this fact: the U.S. Secret Service was trying to bring their service pistols with them because, of course, they're armed. It's armed security for the president. So they were trying to bring their firearms, which the Chinese knew they were carrying anyway. So the Chinese police said, no, you're not bringing a firearm into the Temple of Heaven. You're going to stop right there. You'll let your president go in unprotected to a large degree, or else. So then the standoff started. That's when the altercation started to kick off. It lasted for about 30 minutes, by the way, this altercation. They call it an intense standoff, but apparently it was a little bit more than that. Apparently it got physical at one point, and apparently it got pretty ugly. So sadly, we don't have a video of it. I saw a lot of people asking, well, do y'all have a video of this? Because I'd love to see it. Sadly, we don't. There was one individual that allegedly recorded it, but he's not released the video as of right now.
Man, I wish Werner Herzog was there, man. He would be going, you can see the fish flying between the two groups. They are really going for it, really smacking each other. Oh, man, it would be something else, man. But we do hear that apparently, supposedly, Brett Ratner may have been there and may have actually ended up recording some of the altercation, like the actual fists that were flying. And so, folks, when we get that footage, we're going to figure out how this went. Chinese martial arts versus... fist to the face. Which one ended up winning once we get the footage? And we don't know yet. We have no clue because we haven't gotten the end result. And we also don't know who, probably nobody won. It was probably broken up or resolved before there was a clear winner. But it is going to be interesting to see the Chinese police and possibly Xi's Secret Service going up against the U.S. Secret Service. So we'll have to see how that all went down.
Also, what's up with that? It's like the Chinese know that our Secret Service carry guns. Like, that's obviously their purpose. They're there to eliminate threats to the U.S. president. So they knew they carry guns. So, I mean, what is the Chinese police doing trying to prevent our security for our president going into a place? The U.S. would never do that to, like, for example, if the Chinese individual president came over here, they would never do that. But of course, this seems like some sort of power move or something that they're trying to pull off here. Honestly, that's another bad sign of the many that's stacking up as of today.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, they're fist fighting outside of the Temple of Heaven. Like, man, like the irony of that. I guess this is supposed to be like a serene religious sort of a location for the Chinese, at least historically. Meanwhile, fists are flying out here on the concrete right outside of the place. Man, that's something else right there. But moving us on out of that, a little bit of news in Beijing, we then were able to hear this. And this is the real interesting one. Today, Xi Jinping stated that the United States is a declining nation. And this is something that has been really getting a lot of people interested in the whole deal that's going on over there right now. And Matthew, do you have the exact name off the top of your head for what China said specifically? There's a specific term.
So it's, I might mispronounce this, by the way, because I'm not totally familiar with the old Greek theories and stuff like that, but it's the Thucydides trap, I believe is how it's said. I think I'm pretty sure that's the way you say it. I think
it's the Thucydides trap or something like that. I actually pulled up the pronunciation of it beforehand, and I was trying to just even remember the word to even try and get that out. But the Thucydides trap, which is this sort of a philosophical term from antiquity in Greece, is the idea that a well-seated and unchallenged superpower, for the larger part, is challenged and then eventually defeated by an uprising upstart, which would be the Communist Chinese. Xi Jinping stated that the modern situation is a Thucydides trap, and that largely insinuates that the Chinese are a rising upstart nation that will defeat and overthrow the U.S.'s position as the dominant global superpower. That's what was stated directly. Now, I do want to make it incredibly clear before we get into this that this was something said, because this was directly addressed by the president. We're about to get into how he addressed it, which was really a treat. But what the statement is, by the larger part, because I want to make it incredibly clear, folks, that this has nothing to do with the glorious Orange One or Sleepy Joe or anything like that. This is stating that the United States as a nation state is in decline. That's largely what it's saying, and that China is going to usurp us and overthrow us at some point as the global superpower. There was no domestic political play had in that statement. It was stated as it was. The United States at large, and everybody in it, is in a declining nation, and China is the rising one that is rising from the ashes like a phoenix and is going to be running us to the ground. Now, the president had a completely different interpretation of this one, and we'll just read it right here. When President Xi very elegantly referred to the United States as a perhaps declining nation, which I don't really think you can very elegantly insult the United States. I've never heard of that one. He was referring to the tremendous damage we suffered during the 4 years of Sleepy Joe and the prior administration. And on that score, he was 100% correct. Our country suffered immeasurably with all the other domestic political points that were brought up right there. President Xi was not referring to the incredible rise that the United States has displayed to the world during the 16 spectacular months of me, which includes the all-time high stock markets and 401ks, military victory and thriving relationship in Venezuela, the decimation of Iran to be continued, strongest military on earth by far, economic powerhouse again, with a record $18 trillion being invested in the United States by others, best U.S. job market in history, with more people working in the United States right now than ever before, ending another domestic political point, and so many other things that would be impossible to readily list. In fact, President Xi congratulated me personally. So many tremendous successes. I'm Xi's little boy. 2 years ago, we were in fact a nation in decline. On that, I fully agree with President Xi. But now the United States is the hottest nation anywhere in the world. And hopefully our relationship with China will be stronger than ever before.
Jeez. Man, honestly, I hate to say it, but that is a cope statement right there, to say the least. Did Xi clarify this, by the way? This sounds like the president's interpretation of an insult from Xi Jinping. That's what it sounds like. I didn't hear Xi Jinping clarify that statement. So all this you're reading and hearing right here is what the president thinks was in Xi Jinping's head, which was obviously not the case. I mean, you can, like you were saying earlier, you can elegantly refer to the United States as a declining nation. There's no such thing. That's a blatant insult to the United States right in front of our faces, literally over there on their home turf. So, I mean, this is pretty rough right here. Honestly, if I was the president, I would have gotten on the plane and left the moment that statement was made.
You know, I gotta say, folks, this is interesting because the statement that's being addressed here is that Xi Jinping said that America and China are currently in the Thucydides trap. That's what brought all of this on. Now, I gotta say, folks, Thucydides, when he was around for this entire concept philosophically to be made, there wasn't anything such as the Republican Party or the Democratic Party 2,700 years ago in ancient Greece. So it's really hard to go, oh yes, the Thucydides trap, which obviously refers to the Democratic Party of the United States of America, or the Republican Party of the United States of America. It's specifically mentioning the nation itself and everything encompassing it. It has nothing to do with domestic politics. I also got to say, folks, that, like, just my personal opinion, I think that the patriotism of a president has to be questioned when you're more than willing to agree with a legitimate enemy of the state to bash a domestic political party. Because to be entirely honest with y'all folks, regardless of who in the world's in charge, if a foreign country insults whoever is the president of the United States or insults the United States at large or any political party within it, that's fighting words in my opinion. No other foreign country has any room to diss on anybody in America regardless of their political beliefs, whether they're from the left or the right or in charge or not, or they're going to be in charge or they're retired. That's something that is reserved for Americans only. Americans can criticize each other till the cows come home and can go ham with it. But that's not for other foreign countries to make. And I think that that's absolutely stupid, to be entirely frank with y'all, that the Chinese are going to insult our nation at large, and we're going to reinterpret that as a bashing of the political party that's in the minority right now, instead of taking this as an offense for all Americans that they would even make such a statement that the United States is in decline. The United States isn't in decline. The Chinese can find that out once they try and invade Taiwan, and they'll learn that lesson handily. But sitting here and turning this into a domestic political scheme and using our enemies' words to support that is something that I would never be in agreement with whatsoever. It's absolutely ridiculous. But a lot of people currently are talking at this moment right now about what this indicates, considering that the premier or chairman or president, whatever you would like to call him, of the People's Republic of China openly stated that the United States is in decline, and the president just had that go right over his head. So what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so of course the poll says Xi Jinping called the U.S. a declining nation, in his own words, of course, to the president's face. So what does that indicate? Why is China doing that? Because obviously it's a clear insult. So what's the motivation behind it? 69% said China truly believes the statement. They actually believe it, and they're actually going to run with it. 22% said China is simply mad about the U.S. position on Taiwan, because we did learn today that apparently Marco Rubio clarified the U.S. will not be abandoning Taiwan, and maybe that's why China made the statement. They got pissed off. And 5% said Xi Jinping really didn't mean it that way, and they agree with the president. It's just a political jab at the prior president, even though Xi Jinping didn't say that. So I would say, I think China truly believes the statement. I think they truly think that. They believe in their heads that they're doing better than the United States, even though they're having an economic hardship right now, basically, because one of their biggest real estate companies collapsed about a year or two back. They're also having a very hard time in China. The entire global economy is having a hard time. So to act like China is somehow doing fantastic while the cameras can't even get focused in Beijing because there's smog everywhere is a little bit silly. So I think they believe it. Also, by the way, I'm not sure if the U.S. understands this or not, but China is currently using this meeting right now to basically flex their muscles, at least with propaganda purposes. The president is being sort of dunked on a little bit by Xi Jinping. I don't like that personally. Like, regardless of how you feel about the president, he nonetheless represents the United States for the next 3 or so years. So I see a lot of disrespect coming from Xi Jinping toward the United States. They're fighting with Secret Service at the entrance to the temple earlier today. They're over here making these statements right to the president's face. I mean, clearly, China doesn't think very highly of the United States, and that's not a good thing. The president should probably just leave and wrap it up. We don't want to make deals with a country like that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that China truly believes this outright. And I cannot say it enough, folks, that it's absolutely absurd. And it's pitiful to look at it, folks, because we've been talking about this for years, that people like this guy, are so poisoned in the head that they would be more than willing to sell out half of the country to our enemies and agree with our enemies, literal enemies of the Republic, to try and get one over on another group in the United States that disagrees with them. That, in my opinion, is very un-American, regardless of how anybody would want to look at that. There's no way that you can ever go and agree with the communist Chinese that there's people in America that are just horrific folks. I mean, hell, like, it's like the Chinese are anyone to talk. I mean, has anybody looked at the atrocities that the current Chinese government is conducting right now in their own country? Nothing comes close to that of what the United States has done over the past 20 years, internally or externally. There's nothing. But outside of that, I'd have to say that China truly does believe this statement, and that's why currently they're disrespecting the U.S. delegation at this moment in Beijing every way that they can, getting in the fistfights with the Secret Service, openly stating that the United States is a nation in decline, a significant offense against the honor and quality of our nation and its representation on the world stage. Everything that they've been doing so far in this foreign policy visit has portrayed the United States poorly while trying to jockey the Chinese into a great position, at least in how they're viewed internationally. It's ridiculous to see that this sort of a thing is being overlooked, because if I was the president, I would have taken grievous offense to this, regardless of what was meant by it, because it is portraying the United States in some way or capacity in a negative form. And if I was on a diplomatic visit to China, you better bet I wouldn't be sitting there and disrespecting the Chinese because it's a diplomatic visit. So the fact that they would go out of their way to say that we're currently in a Thucydides plan or something along those lines at the moment, and say that we're a nation in decline, is utterly offensive, especially considering that we're a guest in China And so there should be extra deference shown in not offending the United States. I would pack up and leave. And I would tell the Chinese, they better get busy with Taiwan, because we're going to start selling them every weapon we can under the sun. And it'll be even damn harder for them to try and invade the island, because we're going to we might even recognize the state of Taiwan at this point as an individual republic, opposite to the Chinese, much to their dismay. And whether that turns into war or not, it can, but they're not ever going to offend the United States in this extent.
It's really nuts how this meeting right here has gone sideways. Like, I really didn't envision this meeting between the U.S. president and Xi Jinping going sideways like this. I thought that maybe the U.S. was going to possibly sell out Taiwan in exchange to get a break on the Iran war, possibly to get China to back off selling weapons to Iran. But it sounds to me like, surprisingly, and thank God, the U.S. said that they're not going to abandon Taiwan. Hopefully they stick to that, and hopefully they don't change their minds. And now it looks like the tensions between China and the United States as a result of this meeting are actually getting worse, which I really wasn't predicting that to happen. So, you know, it looks like we could do more damage possibly. And also, it's like China's not going to stop selling weapons to Iran. They're not going to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The statement about stopping Iran from getting a nuke is meaningless because they're not doing anything about it. And also, they're still supporting Russia too. I mean, China is the sole reason that Russia is still hanging on by a thread right now. So, I mean, they're engaging in proxy wars. Xi Jinping is a ruthless leader and also a very long-term strategizer too, which is something that the U.S. needs to really pay close attention to, by the way, because right now we're not doing a long-term strategy and China is. So that's a huge gap.
You know, folks, I saw someone in the chat say, "Well, yeah, it's offensive, but you're overreacting." Let me remind you all of the Chinese really quickly, who we're dealing with right now. The current Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi a little while ago said that in a hypothetical scenario that might not ever happen, where China tries to invade Taiwan, Japan might come to Taiwan's defense because that might be considered an element of national security if Taiwan falls. The Chinese went on, through their foreign ministry, to threaten Takaichi with assassination, to demand an apology, and then also started to violate the sovereign waters of the Senkaku Islands, which are a Japanese holding, because of that statement, which basically was a non-statement for the larger part, and they went that overboard about it. Now, we're dealing with a country that is that sensitive about its image, so they're going to sit there and say that this is a Thucydides plan or something along those lines to the United States in the here and now, and we're supposed to just take that and roll over? Come on. I mean, that's ridiculous. China just got done threatening to kill the leader of an allied nation with the third largest economy, fourth largest now, on the planet just a couple of months ago. And now we're going to let them disrespect us in Beijing as well, and we didn't do anything to defend Takaichi or the Japanese government, and we're not even doing anything to rebut this at this point. If I was the president, at a minimum, I would say, you know, Xi, I have a great respect for you. You're like Dowager Qiuji at the end of the Qing dynasty, really showing that at the moment, China is in a perfect state of decline and stagnation, and has already gone through a century humiliation because the Chinese Communist Party has been subjugating and humiliating the Chinese people by their own influence. You exchange your foreign overlords for domestic overlords that still put the Chinese people to great suffering regardless. And I would bring up everything else that I could imagine that China has done in recent history and within the near history of the 80s and the 70s, like, for example, the Great Leap Forward in the famine of 40 million that died in that country, and just put absolute dishonor on the People's Republic of China, and then I'd leave. And whatever the Chinese do after that, they'll have to figure it out, because if they're going to offend the United States like that, I wouldn't sit around a minute for that, considering that this is supposed to be a diplomatic visit. And you don't do stuff like this because this is of grievous offense in a situation like this.
Have you seen the video that the U.S. government put out, by the way, of the China meeting? Like, they put out a video about, I think it was like 7 hours ago or something, and they were saying American strength back on the world stage, and they put the American flag and Chinese flag in an emoji. But the video itself was like, it was showing China's military, it was showing China's like government seat and stuff like that. I just reposted it right now. It's a strange video, because it really showcases China's military to a large degree, instead of, I'm not sure how it really represents American strength, really.
Can we show this?
I mean, it's from the White House. We should be able to show it. I mean, if it's made with government funds, that's something we should be able to show.
All right, so let's take a look at it.
The music, though. Music.
Yeah.
Can't play the music, though.
Man, I heard that. So you see the Chinese Honor Guard, the People's Liberation Army Honor Guard Band. I'm not going to lie, this isn't really looking that good. So we can see more views of the People's Liberation Army Honor Guard, really showing that off more than anything.
It's like something that at first I thought China had filmed this. At first I thought it looks like a Chinese propaganda video.
Man, look at that. You know, a real display of genuine affection. All of the school children of the elites of the Chinese Communist Party brought out in near perfect formation like they would be in North Korea and told, okay, hold the bouquets and the flags and jump and wave them around. I mean, hell, this is almost like a damn CCP propaganda flick we put on the White House account.
Yeah, I don't understand it. But yeah, also, I mean, the children jumping around too, that's like something out of North Korea. That's what they have the people doing. Like the people and the children in North Korea jump around like that for the leader. I mean, I don't understand why they put this video out. Like the choice to put this video out and then say this represents American strength is a very strange choice, to say the least.
I gotta tell you. Anyways, moving on from this whole deal, we've also been able to hear that there were additional statements made by the Secretary of Defense today about the Taiwan issue. And according to the Secretary of State, the U.S. policy on Taiwan is unchanged, and he's also stated, from our perspective, any forced change in the status quo in the situation would be bad for both countries. One of the things that China emphasizes, which we agree, is strategic stability in our relationship. We then were also able to hear that, according to the Secretary of State once more, he stated that the position on Taiwan is unchanged. That could change at any moment, however. We have also been able to hear once more that the Chinese did promise that they would not be giving weapons to Iran, which doesn't mean much more than that. I mean, you can't even really take that for the paper or the words that were stated or uttered. Like, it means basically nothing. So that is all of the news that came out of the People's Republic of China today from our visit over there. But I have to say, folks, I can't get over the disrespect that we get as a country these days, and how the last administration and the current administration just let it slide right over their heads. Like, they didn't even understand the kind of offense that our country is facing these days. And I've seen a lot of people say, well, the current president is dissed on every planet in the world. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't responded, most of them hostile, to the statements the United States made, because in any normal world, most of the statements made by the president are fighting words against basically every single one of our allies. The only reason they haven't done that is because they're generally either incredibly measured in temperament, or it's just the grace of God that has not yet happened. But going to a foreign country, the leader of the enemy sphere, and having them disrespect us is unbelievable. I mean, I remember the last time, folks, when the Chinese balloon was flying over the U.S. and we weren't really shooting it down. I remember when the Chinese made fun of the last president and called him a sick old demented man and he needed some get well better balloons. And I took great offense to that, because it's like, how the hell can they offend us this badly and there is no response at all? I mean, it's not about the president's honor, it's about the nation's honor. He's the elected representative and basically the face of the nation while they're in their term, and there was nothing done. And now we're seeing that we're being disrespected again as a whole nation, literally being called a nation in decline, and still somehow we don't even take offense to that. We actually agree with it and then spin it to be a domestic political thing. It's crazy. I mean, it really is these days. But outside of that, we are going to be moving on to the rest of the news that we have from around the world, which generally is just from North America and Europe, with a little bit of news coming out of the Kamchatka naval yards for the submarine pens. But before we get on into all of that, I do have to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative that so many people have been spending their time here tonight. Over the peak, or over the course of the stream, at the peak, 16.2 thousand people have been here over the course of the past hour and 20 minutes, and also 85,000 people have watched the stream so far. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of each and every single one of y'all enjoying and watching this stream. We try our best to make sure that our news coverage, our facts, and analysis is about as accurate as it can be, and I hope that we've been able to ensure that once more tonight, and also make sure to support American and Western interests, as they should be, in support of this republic and its citizenry. But with that in mind, it is time for us to get on into a couple of questions from the folks out there in the chat. To thank y'all for y'all's time, and we're going to be getting 3 questions from the chat, and then moving on into the rest of the major news that we have for the night. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, folks, there is another video that the U.S. government put out, by the way, that's even, in my opinion, possibly even worse than the one we just showed, by the way, which is generally, basically, in my opinion, a Chinese propaganda video to a large degree that our government's putting out here in the United States. So we might show that one later on, by the way. We'll save that for later. But I think some people might have seen it, maybe not. It actually came out yesterday. The one we just showed came out this morning. So anyways, though, we'll get to it later. But our first super chat, though, for our question segment here is going going to go to none other than Cerebrus3. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that $100 support, by the way. We do appreciate that very, very much. And of course, extremely generous. And Cerebrus said, just arrived. And it seems another day, the U.S. decided to screw the economic interest and the allies, just done with it. But thanks for covering this and keep going in LSA.
And thank you for the support, Cerebrus3. And I hate that we have to even cover news like this. But it is very aggravating to us as well. I'm a humongous proponent and patriot of the United States and its interest in furthering American and Western interests, and watching the prior administration largely squander that through inactivity, and the current administration squander it through active actions that we can only take as deliberate ones at this point that are aimed at weakening the U.S.'s position on the global stage, is extremely annoying, if not infuriating, almost every day at this point. I do have to say, though, that we're greatly appreciative of folks like you, Cerebrus3, for massively supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, so that way we can stay on air and keep covering the news the best we can, trying to make sure to just keep covering the news no matter what comes out and just call it for what it is. It's just ridiculous. I never imagined, folks, in my wildest years, that a sitting president of the United States would agree with the enemy of the Republic to be able to try and use that as a bashing moment for other people in the United States. I mean, like, quite truly, folks, if you ever looked back at any other historical period, that would have been unheard of. Like, it is unheard of. No one's ever done that. You've never heard anyone like FDR say, you know what? Stalin's right, or something like that to bash people in the country. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And imagine, agreeing with an enemy to bash Americans, it's just something else. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to keep this news coverage going. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and hopefully long live the Republic. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from Give Up Now, and thank you very much, Give Up Now, for that 100, and we do appreciate that very, very much, as always. And they said Spike is soaking his brain bucket. What in the world is this? He said, in a hot spring. Take a question from the chat.
And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I don't know what's particularly going on there, but I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Give Up Now, and thank you so much for the massive support. Your support is helping us to keep this channel on air and helping us to keep this thing running day in and day out. And I got to say that it's a massively wonderful and amazing thing to know that folks like you continue to help this channel to keep on running and make it possible. And we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. So Matthew, what do we got?
And the live chat question is going to go to none other than Rogue Karma in honor of Give Up Now. And thank you very much, Rogue Karma, for that good super chat, or live chat, actually. They said, please tell me y'all heard about the standoff between U.S. Secret Service and Beijing police. And we did. We covered that one earlier, right there. Certainly an interesting moment, to say the least. And usually when you hear about stuff like that happening, it's usually to make a point. It's usually not about an actual security threat, because the U.S. Secret Service is not going to go in there and start causing a security threat to the Chinese government. They're there to protect the U.S. president, and China knows that. They're not stupid like that. So that's really another bad sign. And, I'm sure that'll be overlooked, but they should really pay attention to stuff like that, because that's saying something. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that we did hear about it, and we actually reported on it just a little moment ago. That's absolutely insane. I've heard of some things like that happening before, when U.S. security teams would go to places like the Soviet Union in the Cold War, because some people may not know this, but Nixon actually went to the Soviet Union during the 50s when he was the vice president to Eisenhower, and there were some instances like that happened in the Soviet Union, but they were usually fixed without a fist fight. I've never heard of a fist fight like this happening, and basically seeing that it went to that degree, it's an insanity. And once again, showing that the Chinese are using the moment to try and pull a power play on the United States, instead of trying to legitimately work towards some sort of a common understanding, which is a complete misconception if people thought that was going to be the case with this visit. But I hope that does address that live chat well, and a big thanks to you once again for support, Give Up Now, and helping this channel to keep on running, and helping us to sponsor that live chat. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news from around the world.
All right, so our last one here goes to Tagviri, who puts in a 50, and thank you very much, Tagviri, for that $50 support. And they said, do you guys think anything productive was discussed during the U.S.-China meeting? And also, Iran is weeks away from weapons-grade uranium, and what options does the U.S. have in order to prevent Iran from enriching uranium before it's too late.
I gotta thank you so much for the support, TechBerry, and I'd have to say, generally at this moment, it doesn't appear that anything of actual substance has been talked about between the United States and China. It looks like Taiwan was brought up, and it appears that the U.S. position is the same as it was, which we don't know if that's incensed the Chinese or not. We'll find out afterwards, after this whole thing's concluded, whether it did or didn't. But outside of that, we haven't really heard of anything else being talked about at the moment that is of any significant note. So generally,
what about the business people too? It's like, the business people traveled over there to go, do something. I would assume make deals with China. So it's like, have they talked with the Chinese officials? Like, we haven't heard anything about that part.
I'm sure they have. It's just that we'll find out about that later. We might find out about that through some company releases that are going to be going out to their shareholders and stuff about, good news, everybody, we're increasing profit margins by, offshoring to China, or, something along those lines. Might happen, you never know. But we'll have to find out on that one. That one might be a little bit more low-key than publicly announcing it. But outside of that, though, I'd have to say, we haven't really seen anything noticeable or notable coming out of this yet. It just seems like it's not really going well for the United States' image, and also the insult that was thrown at the whole country today. And also, generally with the fissile material with the Islamic Republic of Iran, we don't have to worry about them creating a nuclear weapon with it, at least in the very immediate future. Because right now, a lot of those nuclear facilities that would be used to try and refine the uranium to weapons grade and then start producing a nuclear bomb out of it, those are all buried under hundreds of feet of soil. Not from U.S. bombings, but because they buried them. And we haven't seen that any of those have been dug back up so that way they can continue to use them. And I don't think that that's going to be happening for a while. So right now, their nuclear program is on a pause, from what we understand. And so we shouldn't be worrying too much about that, at least right now. Now, if the war ends and we haven't resolved that situation, then it's going to be of utmost concern, because the Iranians now have a legitimate reason, because of the current war, to develop a nuclear weapon with the claim that this is for their own national defense, which they're going to start rapidly racing towards making a nuclear weapon once this war actually does end. So I would say that the best thing that we can do is try and break the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, and then just start bombarding the Iranians with the war basically being entirely on our side, and then eventually seeing that they give up or relent. I would say that that's probably our best option at the moment, given the circumstances. So I hope that addresses the question well. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, TechBerry, and thank you for that incredible support, because you are helping the Lee Spring Army to live on. And a huge thanks once again for that. And with that, it is time for us to move on out of this question segment and on into the rest of the news for the night. Moving us on and into the area of the Russian submarine pens at Vilkovo and Ryazan. We were able to see that the Russian attack submarines are now being equipped with anti-drone nets. I kid you not.
Oh my gosh. Isn't that meant to protect against aerial drones, though? I mean, the threat against the submarines at this point is sea baby drones, the semi-submersible type, because we saw, I can't remember how many months ago it was, but there was a Russian submarine that got hit in the port, and it got hit by a submersible sea baby drone, and it did some pretty bad damage to the submarine, and the Russians tried to cover it up, and now their solution to that is start putting aerial drone nets on top of the submarines, which addresses a problem that wasn't even the problem.
Honestly, I don't even get it. And also on top of that, it's like, if these things were kept on permanently, which I would assume they're not, but if they were, this thing is going to be basically drag netting when it submerges. Man, they're going to come up on the water, and they're going to go, yar, go out there and get them crabs out that net. We're cooking up a nice, delicious crab bisque. I mean, it's like, I don't know what the hell the point of that is, because it's not like it's going to defend against anything in actual naval warfare. A torpedo is heavy enough that will punch right through that netting and just hit the hull. So I don't really understand the point of that. And I also don't understand why the Russians would believe that a submarine pen in such an isolated part of Russia would ever be attacked like that. I mean, have y'all seen where this thing is? It's in the literal middle of nowhere. I don't even think there's a major roadway that actually leads down here. I think you'd actually have to quite literally get there by ship only. I'm looking around, folks. Let me look around here, because I'm fairly sure that there isn't really a major roadway. So there is one major roadway. It's this one. And when I say major roadway, I mean a 2-lane road. So this is the only thing that kind of leads into the area. There's no other roadways here. So I don't know what they're considering to be a significant threat. And also, I haven't seen the Ukrainians hit a Russian submarine with a drone yet. Well, a flying drone, that is. So I think that whole drone net thing is kind of stupid. But moving us on out of that whole deal in Kamchatka, it is time for us to move on and over really quickly into America to cover the brief developments that we have over here. We did get to hear that the CIA director took a visit to Cuba today, apparently to meet the Cuban Interior Ministry officials in Havana. And we've also been able to hear that the U.S. is possibly moving to indict the former Cuban president Raul Castro over the downing of a plane 30 years ago. So we'll
Damn. No statute of limitations, I guess. 30 years, that's usually well beyond any statute of limitations in America. So that's kind of an interesting concept. You know, this fella here, Raul, he's actually the guy who's actually in charge of Cuba. Cuba has a president, but he's kind of like a figurehead. Raul is still running things in the background. This is Castro's relative right here. Isn't this his brother, by the way?
I think so. Well, let me go pull that up really quickly. Raul Castro.
This guy has a lot of influence with the Cuban military, by the way, like a lot.
Oh yeah, over the ox carts with gush guns. Yeah, that military. Let's see. He is the brother of Fidel Castro.
Yeah, so that's probably why they're going after this guy. But it's like I said though, it's like, can you really like indict somebody 30 years after an alleged crime was committed? It's like, I'm not sure how that's going to hold up in court. It's kind of a strange thing. Also, by the way, we got pictures from the CIA, by the way, out of the Cuban meeting. Can y'all believe that? We actually got pictures out of the meeting. It might be the first time it's ever happened, by the way. I've never seen the CIA post pictures out of a meeting like that. I'm going to put that in the likes tab real quick so you can show the people what's going on.
So I can show the people.
Show.
Look at that. They blurred out everybody on the CIA side except for Ratcliffe.
Yeah, I'll see the next picture.
Oh, okay. Well, the silence there was awkward, but we can see this
There's
as
nothing
well.
to say, really.
There's that. And there's that. I mean, this is like a silent motion picture, folks. We're about to start running a Charlie Chaplin movie out here. But very interesting.
Say something. But at the same time, though, you can see here, apparently, I don't even know what they're discussing, to be honest. I don't even have a clue what they're discussing. They just showed up here. They started talking with the foreign ministry of Cuba. They didn't speak with the president, according to what we heard in the reports, but they were speaking with the foreign ministers inside of Cuba. So it's kind of a strange, weird circumstance around this whole thing. I'm not really sure what they're up to.
Certainly is interesting, I'll give it that. Outside of that, we also have been able to hear some information out of Venezuela as well, where we have been able to hear that apparently, according to the State Department, the U.S. has removed highly enriched uranium from Venezuela's shuttered nuclear reactor. Don't really know a lot more about that. It seems like this report was somewhat vague, but highly enriched uranium would suggest that it's well beyond civilian grade, so we'll be hopefully getting some more information on that here in the near future after we end up, getting done agreeing with Xi Jinping as he disses on the United States. So moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear of other developments within Europe, as we have been able to hear that the British government is going to be speeding up air defense supplies to Ukraine after Russian attacks. The British defense minister announced the decision to speed up military support for Ukraine amid recent Russian drone attacks. While that's going on, the U.S. is going out of our way, apparently, to continue to greatly hamper and deplete our armed forces and their posturing within Europe, as the U.S. is now canceling the deployment of an army or artillery unit created just months ago with the purpose of expanding long-range strike TLAM SM-6 capabilities in Europe. The 3rd Battalion 12th Field Artillery Regiment will not deploy to Germany now. So not only are we hearing that the entirety of the 1st Cavalry Division of the United States Army is now being recalled from Poland and is now having its deployment halted. We're now hearing that a new regiment that was supposed to be going to Europe is also going to have its entire deployment as well halted. Actually, to be particular, a battalion of the 12th Field Artillery Regiment that was supposed to be bringing a new weapon system, now its deployment is also being halted as well. So we have no clue why this keeps going on. We all know what's going on. The U.S. is for some reason going out of our way to basically hamstring ourselves and screw ourselves over in Europe if a war ever started. That's the truth of it. But outside of that, to make it sound a little bit more neutral, we have no idea why this is being done. But to give you all the analysis on it, this is once again screwing over U.S. force posturing in Europe against the Russian army if there was a hypothetical war that was going to break out. And this is also greatly decreasing the U.S.'s potency and veracity to be able to conduct a defensive and then a counteroffensive against the Russians if that war was ever thrust upon us and our allies. So a fairly unfortunate development to see there at the least. Moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear that major drone attacks are currently underway inside the Russian Federation by the armed forces of Ukraine, including some explosions that have been reported within the area of Bryansk, which we'll be showing you all the clip of right here. It's a silent night. A holy night. All is calm.
I hear a mosquito way out in the distance.
I don't hear anything, actually.
It's out there.
Maybe. I don't hear anything. It's dead. Oh, there we go.
Ah, yes. The old-fashioned fire alarms.
A million of them, as a matter of fact. But moving us on out of that clip, we've also been able to hear that a lot of these drones have actually started to make it near to the Moscow air defense perimeter, which has led to the closure of the Vyknovo and Domodedovo international airports on the western side and southern side of the city of Moscow. We have also been able to hear that additionally, near to the area of Ryazan, there has been an unfortunate incident that has occurred within the confines of the refinery at the city. Ryazan is home to a combined oil refinery and gas power plant, which all exists within quite literally the same area of the city. Just tonight, Ukrainian armed forces were able to directly hit this refinery, which we were able to see in this clip here, as the air defense fire was coming in thick, trying to defend the refinery.
Holy crap. Just random fire, by the way. They moved all their air defense to Moscow, so they have none for here.
Very unfortunate, really. We also were able to see some clips of the hits. Let's take a look. Oh. Opa.
Oh, damn. I think they hit it good.
Sir, there's graphite on the ground. There is no graphite! Man, that's the Russians right now. Sir, there's petroleum in the rain. There is no oil in the rain, you fool! But, oh, man. I tell you, man, something else right there. We also were able to see this fire here, and we were also able to see it here, and also here. Just to get you all the couple of other angles that we got of this big roaring fire. We've also been able to see that, in the meantime, it's turned into another twaps. Oh my God.
Dang, man. I think everybody in this city will be well lubricated with all the petroleum falling out of the sky at this point. I think it's going to be quite a scene here with the rain.
You know, a lot of people, folks, around the world, they're right now, they're going, where are we going to get our oil? We need oil. Meanwhile, in Russia, some babushkas out there going, Vadim, get the bucket and hold it outside. Wait for it to rain. And they get the oil that they need. It's something else, folks. It's like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, but with toxic crude oil. Because, in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, folks, remember, like, in the movie, at least, there was hardly any food around except for sardines, and they wanted something better. So the guy made it start raining every type of food out there. In most parts of the world right now, there's just not a lot of oil going around. But in Russia, you can literally get it because it's raining from the sky. I mean, think about that, folks. They're suffering from success. I mean, it's unparalleled at this point. I think the Russians could turn this around to be a propaganda coup. But outside of that, we have also been able to see some other proof of this as well, at least the desolation of it, in this clip right here. Allow us to commence.
Oh, man. That's not a thunderstorm, by the way. That's an oil storm.
Man, it's kind of like an oil slick.
That's really awful. Like, when you really see that, that is really wild right there. That entire cloud that you're looking at right there is literally just full of aerosoled petroleum, I guess you could say.
It's a thoil storm.
Yes.
Blah. But it does show us once again that the Russians are getting messed up. It's a real shame, everybody. All of these Russian citizens wouldn't have to be watching these oil refineries catch on fire, and they wouldn't have to be breathing in the toxic smoke if the Russian government would just end the war in Ukraine, and if they hadn't blown this kind of stuff up in Ukraine to start it. Because, you see, everybody, what's really interesting about this is that way back in the day, in the first year of the war, the Russians were blowing up oil storage depots in Ukraine left and right. And very similar scenes like this were happening in cities like Vinica, Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernovisty, and others. And it was very interesting because back then the Ukrainians were just complaining about it and they were going, this is wrong and the world should stand up against this. And the world did kind of stand up against it in words and thoughts and prayers, but not really much of another way. Now, years later, the Ukrainians are returning the favor, and now they're creating soil storms over vast parts of Russia at a time. And it really just makes you wonder, you know, is it true that what you reap is what you sow is what you reap, and what you reap is what you sow? And the answer is it's true, because the Russians reaped what they've sowed. They sowed these same kinds of attacks in Ukraine for years. Now they're starting to happen to them, and now the Russians want to play victim. But moving us on out of that, we also got to see that their gas processing plant near to the city of Astrakhan has also had a tough time. This is a satellite picture that came out of it recently, and it looks to be covered in a veil of natural gas vapors. And I got to tell y'all, folks, that's no vaporwave you want to be listening to right now, like those musics or those songs and whatnot. You know, I'm very new to the English language, folks. I actually speak Mandarin on most days when I'm not on air. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that according to some posts that were made by the Russians, the consequences of the drone attack on the Astrakhan gas processing plant, the satellite images show a large-scale fire in the area of an open sulfur warehouse and its railway loading facility. A significant number of fire trucks were spotted near the burning zone. Then they also said the so-called sulfur pads, storage platforms for technical sulfur, which is formed during the purification of gas with a high hydrogen sulfide content, are burning. The Astrakhan gas processing plant is one of the largest sulfur producers in Russia due to the specifics of local gas condensate. When sulfur burns, large volumes of toxic sulfur dioxide are formed, which is why the smoke above the facility has a characteristic light color. This is critical for the gas processing plant, as disruptions in sulfur removal could affect the operation of gas purification units and the pace of gas condensate processing. It's worth noting separately the importance of the facility. Practically the entire territory of the Astrakhan gas processing plant is covered with anti-drone nets. Huh. That's interesting. You know what else is interesting? Y'all know what sulfur is used in gunpowder production. So that's a little interesting that they blew that up.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting, by the way. That is fascinating.
Man, I bet you it smells so good around there with a giant sulfur fire. Literally, that giant pit up there is a sulfur pit and it's on fire. That must smell splendid, really. I bet the smell is amazing. Like rotten eggs, death, and everything else that's terrible combined into one. Moving us on out of that, we also got to hear of drone attacks that were ongoing in the Rostov region. Like this one right here, that the Russians were shooting air defense at. There goes the missile into the cloud cover above. This guy breathing heavy.
He's very nervous about the situation.
And that's all we had of it. They never shot anything down with that missile. Crazy. We also got to see that smoke was rising in the city of Yesk. Say Yesk, please, to more hits by Ukraine. And they are, because they are burning once more in the town of Yesk. We've also been able to get reports that over the town of Taganrog, there were also reports of explosions. And we actually got to see that Russian air defense pulled off a lucky one-off and was actually able to hit and shoot down a Ukrainian drone over the city. And a boom, right there.
Wow, that was you said he shot that down?
Bah.
Dang, that was a close call. I was basically on the ground.
Yeah, pretty much. But they did get it. It just blew out the eardrums of 130 people, blew out the windows of around 10 surrounding city blocks, destroyed about 6 cars, created a fire below. But they did get it. They did get it, that's for sure. But moving us on out of that, that's generally the news that we had from inside of the Russian Federation of the drone attacks that we've seen today. We were able to additionally see that inside of Bryansk port, smoke was also rising, as it is believed that the cargo ship carrying Russian ammunition was reportedly hit in Bryansk port. Local sources said the vessel entered the occupied port for mooring at 10 today and was struck shortly after. That's really interesting right there. Not the fact that the ship was hit. It's more so the fact that we're getting an understanding that the Ukrainians hit it right after it was mooring. That gives us an idea that they have some sort of on-the-ground intelligence inside of Bryansk that's letting them know when the ships come in, or they had a predetermined schedule of when the ship was going to be coming in, and they hit it as soon as it was not able to try and evade whatsoever. So that's incredibly interesting, and also showing that they're trying to tie up one of those moorings with an incapacitated vessel, because this vessel may be knocked out of action for some time as they try and effect repairs at the port. Moving us on out of that news in Bryansk, we've also been able to see some interesting developments inside of Ukraine. The Ukrainians have been conducting their air defense fire as usual and have been trying to take down the incoming drones that the Russians have fired in their country overnight. Some of these clips here from the 114th Tactical Aviation Brigade show them using a combination of man-pads and mobile fire groups to be able to try and target and destroy these incoming Russian drones. Opa.
Look at that one going berserko right there. It's really wild they can actually hit anything with those mobile fire group like machine guns in the back of pickup trucks. It just seems like an impossible task, but somehow they pull it off.
A big shout out to this guy right here, by the way, in this video, who looks to be using a Soviet-era DP-28, aka the dinner plate, as his air defense machine gun, because these things are about 100 years old at this point, for the most part, or mostly 80. A lot of these were produced in the Second World War. But, I mean, that's a pretty old gun to be trying to use to shoot down drones, but luckily they have a pretty decent AIM-92 Stinger next to it. And the Stinger did the job better than the machine gun. There we go, they got it. And there it goes. That was over the Zaporizhian areas of southwestern Ukraine. And that's the end of that clip. Really cool, though. We also have been able to see that over the past month, and a big shout out to Miss Disa for showing this to me, because I actually went and got this out of my way today, because Miss Disa showed me this infographic. Nexa has actually put together a map of the drone strikes that were conducted on Ukraine over the past 24 hours just today, to show you all how many drones entered the airspace, what type of weapons were used, and what type of damage was caused, or at least what kind of targets they tried to hit throughout the area. And it was quite a large amount of drones. As you can see, their flight paths are sometimes a little bit erratic as they're trying to avoid mobile fire groups and attack from different angles, but most of the drones are flying on direct paths, mostly to their target, and very rarely take any significant evasive maneuvers from what we can tell. There were, however, some ballistic missiles, Iskanders, that were fired at Kyiv. A couple of what we believe to be Kinzels were also fired, some of them hitting Kyiv, and also another one of them hitting a smaller Ukrainian town. I believe that would be the town of Khmelnytsky, if I'm not mistaken. And we can also see that a couple of, I'm not exactly sure, oh, I'm sorry, those are Iskanders as well, were also used against the Ukrainian city of Kremenchuk. And then we also saw that there were some calibers as well, primarily used against Kyiv, and they used several different flight paths to be able to try and avoid air defense systems during their strikes. But this is what the drone attacks looked like just over the past 24 hours on the state of Ukraine. And that happens almost every single day at this point. We've also been able to hear that one of these drones did land and explode within the area of the Chernobyl nuclear exclusion zone, or the radiological exclusion zone. As a result of the shooting down of a Russian drone on May 14th, ignition appeared in a hard-to-reach area. Despite the new fire, the radiation background has not exceeded control levels. However, the fire is happening right now in a radioactive forest within the exclusion zone, which is of concern. And Ukrainian firefighting teams have tried to go out there and fight the blaze, but once again, due to the low amounts of radiation being emitted by this fire, it's, one, not really the healthiest thing to do, and two, it's also quite dangerous that this thing landed in the Chernobyl exclusion zone and created a fire. And right now, a lot of people are talking about that at this moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so right now the question is, we've seen another drone crash in Chernobyl's exclusion zone, and this is not nearly the first time this has happened. We also saw Russia fire a drone straight into the new containment structure that's over the actual reactor that had a meltdown, back in the, not in the 70s, I think it was, or whenever it was, 90s, 70s. When was Chernobyl again? I keep forgetting.
The 80s.
The 80s. So I was like dancing around it. So the 80s right there. But Russia is apparently still firing drones over the exclusion zone. So do you think it's intentional or not? 75% said yes, Russia wants to hit Chernobyl. About 10% said it's a 50-50 chance. And 9% said no, it's simply debris from air defense. And in this case, I will say it does look like it's debris from air defense, but at the same time, though, Russia is also wanting to hit Chernobyl. They've been causing fires in Chernobyl because they've been firing munitions over the exclusion zone, which is already a bad enough idea, but of course, they're still doing it anyway. We've also seen, like I mentioned, the new containment get hit, and that was a direct hit by the Russian forces straight on that radiation containment structure. So I would say the Russians want to hit it, but in this one isolated incident, it sounds like it was simply the Ukrainian air defense that took it down. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my opinion, it sounds like it was debris from air defense. I'd actually have to go with a 9%. The Ukrainians did state that it was shot down by them over that area, landed in the forest, and then caught on fire. So I'm not really thinking that that's showing at the moment. I mean, they did hit the new safe containment a while ago, but I don't think this particular incident was showing that they were trying to hit the new safe containment. The Ukrainians would have told us if it was heading towards it. It just appears that they shot it down in the forest, and then it ended up catching the forest on fire. So I would actually have to say that it was, unlike the meme, falling debris that actually led to that fire, because that's exactly what the Ukrainians claimed it was. So moving us on out of that situation, we've also been able to hear of some interesting things in our location unknowns. We were able to see that today, the Ukrainians are showing off an innovation. Here is a drone, and below it is either a recoilless anti-tank weapon or a grenade launcher. And the drone is actually firing it into buildings that the Russians are inside of. This is actually the first time we've seen this used in combat against Russian Federation armed forces, which is absolutely
What kind of
insane.
drone can haul? What kind of drone can haul a big weapon like this? I mean, and also not to really budge around after it fires too. That's remarkable.
Well, most of these sort of shoulder-fired anti-tank weapons are recoilless, so they don't really have a great deal of recoil to work with because they're designed to actually mitigate the actual recoil of the projectile leaving the tube by the backblast, which generally balances everything out and makes it recoilless. So it could be a medium-sized drone, but it is the first time we've ever seen an anti-tank weapon mounted onto a drone and fired at any sort of a target in the distance, which is pretty crazy to see, and it was accurate for that matter. It actually hit what they were aiming for.
Yeah, it seems kind of wild though that a drone, an FPV drone of that sort, could even haul something that probably weighs as much as that does. Like I don't know how much it weighs exactly, but I'd assume it's probably what like 10 pounds or something like that.
Oh, let me go pull up an AT4 really quickly because I'm thinking it might be one. And also, by the way, I'll show y'all why I'm thinking that, because there's this little rubber stop thing here at the front that is pretty noticeable, and that is pretty much exactly what's on an AT4. You can also see it right there as well. It looks similar enough. That's why I'm thinking they've strapped onto this drone. So let's go look at the weight of an AT4. And the weight. 14 pounds. Damn, that's heavy.
Damn. Yeah, see, that's a lot for a little FPV to carry. That's why I'm kind of surprised it can even hold that on there. I mean, even a slight recoil, because when I say recoil, I'm assuming it's not zero recoil. It's probably a little bit. And I mean, this drone didn't even budge, even carrying that big payload, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, a 14-pound anti-tank weapon. Also, on top of this, another interesting thing, folks, is that this thing only costs $2,857 to produce in 2025. So these things are extremely cheap. And so they're a very common form of an anti-tank weapon in the U.S. Army. Also, there's a million different anti-tank weapons that the U.S. Army uses. We have the 84 millimeter recoilless rifle, which is, I believe, the Carl Gustaf. Let me go pull that one up. That one's actually really cool. It's my favorite. The Carl Gustaf recoilless rifle. Let me go get this for y'all. Oh, let's see here. I'll show y'all the actual system. It's really cool, actually. Here it is. We've seen the Ukrainians use these sometimes. We believe that they've been provided by a myriad of countries because a lot of people here in the West use them. But this is the 84 millimeter recoilless rifle. They're really cool, actually. You can actually see U.S. Army Special Forces using one right here. And what's cool about them, folks, is that the back of it, it's actually a breech-loading anti-tank weapon, which I think is just the coolest thing, because there's a latch back here near to the, I guess you could say the cone of the exhaust of the recoilless, and you lift up that little latch right there, and the whole back of it like slides and pivots open to where you can push a new round into it. Then you close that back and lock it in place, remove the safety, and then you can fire it. And so it quite literally is a breech-loading recoilless rifle that's used in the modern day, and it's a fairly modern anti-tank system. So they're incredibly unique in how they operate. And also on top of that, they're just really cool looking, at least to me visually. So the Ukrainians
See that video. Let's see that video one more time, by the way. I want to see that. I saw some people saying, can we see it one more time? Let's see that.
All right, so let's take a look at that again, and we can see it firing right there.
Yeah, there's no budge at all. Like that drone had zero budge. Like you see the weapon jump around a little bit after it fired, but you know, it's like the weapon's completely detached from the drone the way it just works. That's wild. I have no idea how they would even pull that off.
Well, I mean, well, once again, the AT-4, like every other anti-tank weapon, is recoilless. That's why you can see that back in the day, the original recoilless rifles that we had, like the 106 millimeter recoilless, could be mounted onto a Jeep. Because these things were also designed with the same principle that the forward exhaust of the projectile leaving the tube was the same force as the exhaust leaving the back of the tube, which balances out the pressure and also the force, and then it gives you basically a net neutral. So it makes the
Yeah,
recoil
but
non-existent.
a Jeep though is planted to the ground. It's got four wheels on the ground. The drone's just in the air. It's just floating around, and it relies on the motors to keep it totally stable. And also, it's already carrying a pretty heavy payload. So I'd assume the motors are probably already stressed because it's carrying 14 pounds underneath it, and it's an FPV drone. It's not like to my knowledge, it doesn't look like a Baba Yaga, or it doesn't appear to be one. So it's not like a massive like octocopter or something. So that's what I'm impressed by, the fact that it can somehow just keep stable completely the entire time.
I think you might not be getting what I'm laying down here. It has no recoil, so it's not like this thing is pushing it around in air. It wouldn't push it, like you could literally put this thing on a tack and fire it, and it probably wouldn't fall off the tack because the forward and external pressures coming out of it at simultaneously are balanced out to be neutral. So it's a net zero recoil on this thing. So the drone doesn't even have to be extremely powerful to deal with the recoil because there is no recoil on a system like this.
Yeah, I mean, but it may not have recoil though. But I mean, it bounces around some. I mean, you're firing a projectile out of it, so I mean, it might have some sway to it or something. I mean, it's not just dead silent still.
Well, actually, like they are. Like I'm not kidding. They literally, like, a lot of people think that firing an anti-tank weapon is like the epitome of recoil. Like, they're heavy, but most anti-tank weapons have quite literally no recoil at all. Most of them are designed that way because if they had any recoil, it would almost be completely impossible to operate one for an infantryman because the recoil would be enough to blow them backwards or severely injure them if they were putting a mount or some sort of a post onto their shoulder to be able to stabilize it. So all of these sorts of systems are designed to be completely recoilless, and that's why a drone can mount one and fire it without even moving around an inch when it fires like that.
Ah,
So a pretty cool little system, and pretty neat to see they were actually able to mount one and make it operational and effective. But moving us on from that, we have been able to see the casualty report for the past 24 hours provided by none other than Miss Disa, keeper of the records. And we were able to see that another 2 Bobcat skid steers were lost over the past 24 hours.
very
Holy
nice, very
moly!
nice.
And according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, Russian losses on May 14th, 2026, day 1,541. Troop losses stay above 1,000 a day. 2,319 drones is the 8th highest daily loss. 6-round robotic complexes is the 6th highest average. And the 7-day over the first 12 days for the new category. And over the past 24 hours, we have been able to see that 1,060 Russian forces have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours. We've also been able to see that 3 main battle tanks were knocked out, along with 3 APCs, 68 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 3 air defense systems, 2,319 drones, 6 ground robotic complexes, 213 supply and fuel trucks, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a very impressive day, and a good thing to see that the Ukrainian armed forces are continuing to inflict significant losses onto the Russian army. Moving us on down into the front, we actually didn't have a lot of clips from the front line today. It was fairly sporadic to get any footage out, but we were able to see that within the Lyman area, the Ukrainians were using their fiber optic drones to hit Russian forces in the Severonsky Forest, which we saw in this clip right here as they were observing the Russians that were soon to be hit. And we now see them bringing in their fiber optics, which are beginning to be a lot more nimble than they have been in the past. It looks like there may be some improvements in the design or how the spool is laid from the fiber optic drone. And then we can see the direct hit right there into the position.
Also, by the way, I just pulled it up because since we spent some time on it, recoilless does not mean truly recoilless, by the way. So I was correct. It reduces the recoil significantly to a level that's considered negligible for a larger munition that you're firing. Like, for example, if you're firing a missile out of a tube, it's not going to destroy your body, but it's still going to have recoil, though. So that was the point I was trying to make earlier. It's going to have some sway, some minor recoil or something to it. It's going to have some vibration at least. And that wasn't reflected whatsoever in the drone at all. Like, you couldn't see that in the camera. And I don't think those cameras are gimbal stabilized. So that's what I'm impressed by.
Interesting. And moving us on down and into Konstantinivka, we were also able to see that the 5th Assault Brigade was continuing to hit Russian forces in this area as well. And we see them here flying around trying to find the Russian forces that they're about to hit. And it appears that they're trying to line up this particular building right here near to the main roadway. And then we see them hitting their target right there, which was a Russian hiding behind a tree, which I didn't even see. And we're about to see this from the external view right here. We see the Russian actually running back there to hide behind the tree. And now we're about to watch the drone, which is out there on the street, now looping around and making it into this area to find him right there, and then going in for the hit. And bada boom. I'd say that's kind of overkill for one guy, but they did get him. And moving us on from that,
Also, real quick, I see Tom Exman said maybe they had a gyro to stabilize it. That's what I'm thinking about that drone, by the way, because I was trying to figure out, I was like, how did they do that? Because either I saw some people saying the video was AI. I don't think the video was AI. I think it was a legitimate video. But I think the Ukrainians might have like some type of software like built into it or something to where it knows how to like preempt the possible vibration or sway from it or something. I think that's what they're doing because it looks unnatural, like completely, like firing something, you know, of that scale and 14 pounds to have no movement whatsoever. So that might be it.
And that's very interesting, actually. And moving us on from that, we've also been able to see that a Russian commander today, near to the Konstantinivka front, was having a straight-up meltdown on his troops as they were trying to conduct an assault, and it appears that it was not going to plan. Either the staging wasn't going to plan, or the actual execution of the assault was not going to plan. I'm just going to let you all see the guy melt down. There's not much more to be said. He's literally going absolutely off. So here's the clip.
Бегом, сука, машину, блядь! Завалил нахуй всех, блядь!
Huh?
I said, oh.
Oh, I thought you said hello. I was like, what, you get disconnected?
Где экипировка, сука, блядь, пидоры, блядь! Все в машину, суки, блядь! Ублюдки, блядь, трусы ебаные, нахуй! Завалю, сука, всех!
This dude's going crazy.
Бегом, сука, ебаная залезла! Ты пидор, блядь! Я вас, сука, повалю нахуй! Ты чё, маршрутник?
Oh, look, he's got the Makarov. He got the NKVD execution tool on him.
We've seen this video before. I remember this one from like 6 months ago, actually.
Really? I don't remember it.
Yeah, I remember that. Because once he pulled out the Makarov, I remember this one distinctly. He pulled out the Makarov. He was threatening his troops. I remember this one. Yeah, we've definitely seen this.
Huh. I don't remember. Do y'all remember this? Do y'all remember? Because I don't remember this one at all, actually. Either I've completely forgotten about it, or we did show this a long time ago, and I don't remember it at all. Let's see. So, yeah, someone just said, didn't we see this months ago? Actually, yeah, a lot of people are. Weird, I don't remember ever showing this. But moving us on out of that clip, because apparently that's an old one, so we'll be deleting it. That is actually all the frontline news that we had for the day, and unfortunately, we didn't really have anything more to cover. So, without further ado, we are now going to be going to Kyiv to get the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, зараз у Києві ще тривають роботи на місці удару по будинку. Російський ракетний удар буквально знесений житловий будинок, поверхи з 1 по 9. Шукають людей під завалами. З'ясовують долю тих, чия доля поки невідома. Але хто міг би бути в тому будинку? Станом на цей час нам відомо, що загалом в Києві від російської масованої атаки 10 людей загинули, 45 людей постраждали. За 2 дні фактично безперервного повітряного удару росіяни застосували більш ніж 1500 дронів та 56 ракет різних типів. Були влучання в більшості наших областей від Закарпаття до Харківщини. Франківськ, Рівне, Волинь, Одеська область, Полтавщина, Сумщина. Десятки людей поранені. На жаль, були й загиблі. Мої співчуття сім'ям усіх, хто загинув через ці російські удари. Детально з'ясовуємо, яку саме зброю, які саме ракети і дрони росіяни застосовували цього разу. В Києві по будинку, за попередніми даними, було влучання ракети Х-101. Виробництво другий квартал цього року, і це означає, що компоненти для виробництва ракет, необхідні ресурси та устаткування Росія в обхід глобальних санкцій все ще завозить. Це має бути реальною ціллю всіх наших партнерів – зупинити російські схеми обходу санкцій. Ми готуємо кроки, які можуть активізувати нашу спільну протидію. Санкції мають бути більш болісні для Росії. Сьогодні на ставці разом з нашими військовими, міністрами оборони, енергетики, МВС України, представниками спецслужб ми розібрали і реагування на цю дводенну атаку. Перше. Рівень нашої ППО та, відповідно, рівень збиття доволі високий. Щодо дронів 93%. Звісно, треба вище, і ми обговорювали сьогодні, які заходи в регіонах можуть цьому сприяти. Я визначив цілком конкретні завдання і по радарах, і по іншому обладнанню. Важливо, щоб будівництво системи нашої протидії шахедам та іншим дронам йшло без пауз. Щодо ракет, завдання складніше, особливо у тому, що стосується антибалістики. Захист від балістичних ракет – це щоденний пріоритет, і українські дипломати повинні демонструвати щоденний результат. Щоденний результат у відповідній комунікації з нашими партнерами. Програма Pearl потребує нових кроків зараз, на межі весни-літа. Я вдячний усім нашим партнерам в Європі, хто почав створення антибалістичної коаліції. Це реально найбільш сильне рішення, щоб в Європі було своє достатнє виробництво систем ППО та ракет для них. І саме проти балістики. Потенціал протидії іншим викликам в Європі вже є, масштабуються, а по антибалістиці треба нам усім в Європі значно більше співпраці та інші швидкості реалізації наших домовленостей. Ще одне. Сьогодні в Україні у нас були важливі зустрічі. Представники Німеччини, керівник відомства федерального канцлера та керівник німецької розвідки. Хороша, продуктивна розмова. Є речі, які точно можуть стати результатами такої нашої комунікації. Наш формат роботи в Європі є 3. Німеччина, Франція, Британія. Ми будемо робити ще більш змістовним. Ми плануємо відповідні зустрічі. Я хочу подякувати Німеччині за готовність надалі допомагати нам у захисті життя людей. Ми обговорили те, як може Україну посилити європейський пакет підтримки у 90 мільярдів євро, наближення нашого вступу в ЄС. Була сьогодні і сильна американська делегація. Ми на всіх рівнях працюємо з Америкою, Білий дім, Конгрес, політична спільнота, американський корпоративний сектор та громадянське суспільство. І сьогодні в Україні були, зокрема, представники Hudson Institute. Я вдячний їм за цей візит. Варто бачити і відчувати, через що проходять українці, проходить наша країна. Я вдячний за підтримку. Америка не забуває про Україну і точно пам'ятає, що цю війну Росії проти України треба завершити. І треба завершити її достойно. Я дякую всім, хто нам допомагає. Я дякую всім, хто з нами, хто з Україною, хто з українців. Слава Україні!
And with that,
Героям слава.
And Hiram Slava. And with that, we're going to be immediately moving on to Helsinki, as we have now been able to hear that Russian drones or some sort of drones have entered the area of the Helsinki airspace. Currently, Matthew has more news on that. So what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so right now the breaking news is we're getting reports of an unknown drone, possibly drones over Finland right now. This is over Helsinki in Finland. Citizens are being advised to stay indoors and seek shelter, and they're currently trying to figure out whose drones these are and why they're here. But it looks like they're in Finnish airspace, and it looks like at the Helsinki airport, they're apparently either shutting down the airport, they're definitely canceling flights, so it looks like somebody's showing the flights at the airport, and it looks like they're being canceled left and right. So we're also seeing here that apparently it looks like this alert might have started over an hour ago, and apparently it's still ongoing. They're saying there's more drones, or there's still an active drone threat going on right now. So they've temporarily suspended traffic around the airport in that area. But right now, though, it's totally unknown who's launched this drone at this point, possibly multiple. The details are kind of sparse.
And we'll be trying to see if we can get any further updates for all of y'all on the situation at the moment, but it does appear that we're having some sort of a air defense emergency right now over the area of the capital of Finland, Helsinki. We're not really sure on any of the details outside of the fact that the airport's been closed, and it does sound that some sort of an air alert has been given including this one right here. And it also appears that there might be a possibility the Finnish Air Force has been mobilized, or scrambled. We're not really sure on that one yet, and we're still trying to get more information on the whole story. But it does appear that at the moment we're seeing a fairly significant situation unfolding over Helsinki. So
it is interesting, though. It is interesting that, of course, we've seen drone incursions into Latvia a couple of times, actually, over the last week. We saw a drone also go into Romania. We saw a drone go into Moldova. And now we're hearing about a drone over Finnish airspace. At this point, whoever's behind it, which, the obvious culprit is clearly Russia, they're clearly trying to send a message. The only country out of the ones I just mentioned that is not NATO is Moldova. The rest of them are all NATO. So, I mean, that's not a good sign right there. Is there any commercial activity over the airport right now, by the way?
It appears that there is one aircraft that looks to be landing at Helsinki. It's a Finnair flight from Oulu, which is in the northern part of Finland up here. But it doesn't really appear that there's any other. Well, there's actually another flight here at 18,000 feet that's supposed to be heading to Helsinki, but it's being delayed at the moment for its landing. And we can also see that this flight as well is being delayed for its landing at Helsinki as well. So we're guessing that they're going to be getting there and then going into orbits around the airfield and waiting for their permission to land, or might have to be diverted to another airport.
Yeah, it's interesting. Y'all remember, like back in the day, like when I say back in the day, I can't remember exactly how many months ago it was. There's so much stuff that happens, like, every single day at this point. It's hard to keep up with it. But there was those constant drones being spotted over all kinds of capital cities of NATO countries, left and right, and nobody ever got to the bottom of it. They had some vague videos showing them flying over. Well, we were covering it for days. It was happening for over a week, and it looks like we're kind of getting back to it. It looks like random drones are showing up places and nobody knows where they're from, what they're doing, or anything. I mean, Helsinki, how close is this to Kaliningrad?
It's very far. This is closer to St. Petersburg than Kaliningrad.
Okay, so I mean, I guess Russia could launch a drone from like St. Petersburg or something like that, or they could have a ship out there just launching a drone possibly. I've seen some people allege that it could be Ukraine firing a drone at Finland. I'm not sure how a drone would get this off course to go all the way over here to Helsinki. That would be a little bit strange, to say the least. So my main culprit is Russia. I know people are going to be like, oh, you always want to blame Russia. But I mean, that seems to be the most likely culprit.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the most likely culprit, from what we can tell at the moment, because there isn't really any other reason to believe that it wouldn't be, and they're saying that there are several drones in the area, which would be rather odd for that to be Ukrainian. So we'll try and get some more information on this at the moment, folks, but it certainly is a very interesting sort of an incident that's unfolding right now. Do I have to go ahead?
Also, by the way, it has got another piece of detail. It looks like the Finnish authorities have put out an alert as far back as 3 hours ago, it looks like, and it's still ongoing, which means the drone is still flying around right now. They're saying it's the area of Uusimaa, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, but apparently it's to the left of Helsinki, it looks like. So can we see that on the map? Where is that area of Uusimaa?
Let's see here. Uusimaa. Let me just type it in here. Uusimaa.
It's spelled Uusimaa.
Here we are. That's the whole province.
Oh my God. Okay, that's the whole province. They have like a little individual dot. Go check out the repost I was put on there right now. I don't know if they're literally like highlighting the entire region or saying an exact spot, because of course it's not in English, so I can't read it. So okay, they're saying the whole region.
Yeah, because that little emergency thing is just it's located in the geometric center of the region, but it's the whole region.
Okay, so I guess the only thing we can get out of this is apparently the alert went out 3 hours ago and it's still ongoing now, which means whatever's going on, the drone's either circling around their airspace. I mean, it looks like something that's intentional, because I mean, if it's still going on after 3 hours and flights are now being canceled, I mean, that's saying something.
It is interesting.
Wait a second. Let's see here. Let me double check this account real quick. Okay, I don't know about this account. Like I can't vet that one on the spot. But there's some allegations though from a couple of different accounts here, which appear to be Finnish accounts, that maybe drones are also being spotted outside of Helsinki, possibly. But take that with a grain of salt, though. That's a anecdotal report from people that I can't currently verify. So right now it's just a rumor. That's just a lead to follow right now. But There's also a video alleging to show a drone flying over, but that looks like bogus. I'm not going to make any bones about it. It looks like pure bogus right there. So that appears to be all the info we have right now, except for we are seeing flights being rerouted. We can confirm that. But outside of that, though, it's unclear how many drones, where they came from, or pretty much anything. They're keeping it pretty silent.
I gotta say, this is a really nice airport.
Maybe they just wanted to get pictures.
Maybe they do. Maybe. I mean, you never know. I mean, it could be reconnaissance. They could be trying to figure out where Putin's going to have his... Oh, look! It's that creature. I don't know what the hell that thing's called, but I know it. Don't you know it? Haven't you seen it before?
It's blubber.
It's like Suomi or something like that. It's like the creature of Finland. I don't know how to describe it further than that, but that is really neat. Like, not getting on a side here about the airport, because honestly, it's pretty high end. But this is a very concerning situation at the moment.
Oh. I got another story on this situation right here. Some more details. So here's apparently a statement that's being claimed to come from the defense forces in the country. They're saying the defense forces immediately enhanced their own surveillance and response capabilities after receiving information early on the morning of Friday, May the 15th of this year, which is the date currently, about drones straying into Finland. They say the defense forces have responded to the situation and increased their preparedness. The measures include increasing the number of air surveillance personnel, increasing the efficiency of fighter jets, adjusting the duty locations, and also making sure that they have armed fighter jets ready to go. Excuse me, by the way. We're also seeing here that the border guards increased its preparedness as well. And also, they're saying the expected target area for the aircraft heading to Finland is the area between Helsinki and Porvoo as well. So they're saying they've introduced a temporary aviation restriction as of 4 on 15th of May, which is today. And they're telling people to go basically hide inside their houses to a large degree. They still haven't stated how many drones it is or what type of drones they are or anything. They're leaving those details out for the moment. So I guess they got fighter jets on standby. That's what they're saying right now.
The Finnish Air Force actually has some pretty decent aircraft within its Air Force. As far as air defenses, though, on the ground, I don't really know a great deal about how much they have in that regard, or what type. I do know that it's kind of like a blend of Western and Soviet, because that's just the Finnish army. That's what it is. But a fairly interesting sort of a development, and hopefully we'll be able to find out whose drones these are at some point here in the future. Also, by the way, big thanks to everybody for pointing out what that creature was in the airport. It's this thing called Moomin right there. So that's what it is. But this thing's very popular.
I think that was the name of the restaurant too. I think it was like Moomin Coffee or something like that.
Oh my god. It's like Mickeyception. Bro, that's the Finnish version of Mickey.
That's Mickey right there. If it's anything like Mickey, they'll put the like nice prices on there.
Now we got to go find out. Like, man, now we got to go find out. Where was this again? Where was that picture? Let's see here. Yeah, it's Moomin Coffee. There's the Moomin.
I bet their prices are sweet.
Bruh, I bet their prices are extra sweet. Hey, let's see if we can zoom in and find that Moomin Coffee thing. Let's see. Moomin Coffee. So there we are. Wow, they have a whole shop for this thing. All right, so it's permanently closed?
Oh no.
Why? Why? Oh wow, look at that. That's
there it is. There it was, laying back in a recliner right there on their little poster they had up at the front door on that little thing right there. Look at that. They got the little thing reclining back right there.
Bruh, they be giving out them coffees, sandwiches, pastries, and delicacies, cold drinks, and ice cream. But we need to find out the prices. Oh, here we are. That's not actually that bad, man. Like, the coffees are like $6. That's Starbucks
That's
prices.
about Starbucks prices. Yeah, that's for Starbucks. I'd rather have it from this Moomin creature right here rather than that Starbucks these days, honestly. Oh, wow. They were making like some crazy stuff in here, by the way.
Did Moomin go broke? Like, why is this place closed permanently? Like, it looked good. I mean, like, nothing from here looked bad. Honestly, though, European food always looks better than American food because it's like real food. Like, most stuff in America, it's not. But I mean, wow, this place was really cool. What about that Moomin store? Is that also permanently closed? No, this is open. But why is this permanently closed? It's permanently closed. Why, though? Why? Why? I mean, that's stupid. That thing was cool. But they have a Moomin shop. Huh. I'm not gonna lie, this is like a very interesting rabbit hole at this point. In the midst of a possible air defense scenario that's going on over Helsinki, they have this terrified robot. I feel like this thing went to a Diddy party. And then you had the biscuits. I understand. I understand, folks, why this is a fascination for the Finns. It is a cool looking creature, like cartoon creature thing. So, anyways, moving on from that, let's get back to the business. Right now, we're still trying to find out more about this drone threat that's going on over this province.
Yeah, it looks like the Finland authorities are now saying that the hazard has just ended. They're saying that the unmanned aerial vehicle no longer poses a hazard and the situation is over. So apparently, whatever it is, like it either flew out of their airspace, it crashed, or something. One thing that's very frustrating with these NATO countries right now is when something like this happens, they generally don't give too many details about what's happened. Like if the drone crashed or something, they won't say that. They won't say that it flew out of the airspace. They won't say it crashed or anything. They just leave those details out. So if you live in those countries, like I'm sure we have Finnish viewers right now in the chat, maybe they have some more details from their local news sources possibly. Sadly, we don't have access to those in real time in Finland, but maybe they have some details, but they're being very secretive yet again in Finland.
Man, I don't know why it's always like that, but I guess there's not really a lot more for us to say. But, you know, y'all know our position, folks, over the years about this. There has to be a response. They never listen. There is never a response. So what's the point of even saying that stuff anymore, folks? Like, you know, we can go on a whole soapbox about that, and if no one's going to ever heed that in Europe or anywhere, you know, what would be the point? But beyond that, a very interesting sort of an occurrence to happen over Finland, and hopefully we'll eventually hear at least some info on who did it, so that way we can wrap up the story conclusively as to who it was or maybe why they did it. But for now, all we know is that there was a drone incursion near to Helsinki, and apparently the threat now has ceased to exist. But outside of that, though, it is time for us, folks, to move on into the second segment of the stream. Now that we've been able to get through that breaking news, which just started and ended, we have plenty of questions to answer and lots of folks to talk about. There's still 10.6 thousand of y'all here right now, and I want to make sure, folks, that we get to talk to as many of y'all as we can. We're going to be starting with our super chats and then moving our way on into our live chats throughout this question segment, and we'll be able to talk about anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. But a huge thanks to you all so much once again for watching so far, and I hope that y'all do stick around, because we're about to be going through a lot of interesting questions and having a very fun and wild amount of rabbit holes, I'm sure. But Matthew, please take it away.
And also, it appears to be that Israel might be under attack right now as well. Let me check and see here. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like Hezbollah has decided to launch some more bottle rockets into Israel from Lebanon. It looks like. So it looks like sirens are now sounding in northern Israel, and now apparently it's multiple waves that are going into Israel as of right now. The Israeli Air Force is intercepting some of them, and then some of the launches are actually making impacts on the ground. So yeah, it's another ongoing situation. It looks like some active attacks by Hezbollah yet again, which is de facto Iran, by the way. So basically, Iran is once again attacking Israel through their little proxy force yet again. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say it sounds like the local Hezbollah students are testing out their new science projects. I wish them the worst success. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into the questions. So Matthew, what do we got?
And our first super chat of the last segment here goes to none other than Right Geek Project. And thank you very much, Right Geek, for that $50 support. Very generous of you, by the way. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Right Geek said, it's obvious that the muscle behind Iran is China. And still, the U.S. visits China, praises China, and defensively justifies why China is so great, but is so hostile and always threatening our allies, EU and NATO, while visiting. And what kind of diplomacy is this?
It's
and also, by the way, like I agree with you completely, Right Geek Project. You got to follow the money. And while China's not in the best of financial shape, out of all the New World Axis powers, China is the only one with a bank account. That's pretty much it. Russia is pretty much dead broke. They're barely hanging on by a thread. And Ukraine's doing a number on them every single day when it comes to their main industry, which is oil and petroleum. So if there's something bad happening right now with the whole Axis powers, the bank is China. So Iran, funded by China, Russia, funded by China, North Korea, funded by China. I mean, China's propping everybody up at this point. So, they're definitely not a friend. And also Xi Jinping, I think people underestimate Xi Jinping. He is not a Pooh Bear like people like to make him out to be. He's a much more venomous creature than people give him credit for. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say it's not diplomacy. I don't know what the hell it is. Some people like to say it's actually looking out for America's interest. It's basically selling out America's interest every day of the week at this point. And there's really no other way to look at it. Like I used to give at the very beginning of this whole thing a year and 5 months ago a lot of leeway with statements or actions that were made that did not look to be in America's interest. Because I would say, give it a little bit of time. They're eventually going to see that that isn't going to work, and they're going to turn around and start working off of American prerogatives, which, regardless of political party, are the same in foreign policy, because America's best interests are universal. But yet we've watched for an entire year and 5 months now that the current people in charge, the current administration, has been going out of their way to put the United States at a significant detriment in almost every regard. So I'd have to tell you that it isn't any sort of diplomacy whatsoever. And it's absolutely goofy to me, really, that we keep seeing that this keeps happening. Like, the thing that just blows me away the most is how little of an allegiance there actually is to the country at this point, in that when a foreign enemy disses on America, instead of looking at them as the true enemy and shooting that kind of an insult down and saying, no, you're not going to say that because that's my home country. Instead, we actually agree with our enemies to put down other fellow countrymen in this nation because we disagree, because some people disagree with them. I've never seen something like that before. I'll tell y'all, folks, I mean, truth be told, the nation will not survive with a mindset like that. It's going to rip itself apart from the inside out, and that's exactly what the Chinese and the Russians want. And that's what they keep on trying to spurn here in this country by polarizing both sides. The Russians get deep behind the right, the Chinese get deep behind the left, and they just try and dig the wedges further and further into America to see that they eventually basically shred it in two. And the Chinese today just got a massive victory. They somehow now also have basically the left and the right both working to rip the country apart in two by insulting and attacking each other, which is absolutely insane that any elected official would ever fall for a move like that, hook, line, and sinker, and then even start parroting the statement and saying that America really was weak and falling apart. It's like, I just don't understand that kind of stuff these days, and no one will ever be able to get me on board with understanding that. And I also see some people in the chat saying, Chinese people are thin and Americans are fat. What does that really have to do with anything, and also people say that Chinese cities are new. It's like, yeah, because they were in the industrial stone ages up until like 20 years ago, so everything's going to look new, because they're building new stuff because they only came out of the stone ages 20 years ago. But we apparently have a new statement coming out from China at the moment. But before we get into that, I do thank you greatly for the support and help with this channel to keep on running Right Geek Project, and I hope that does address that the best I can. So Matthew, what is the new statement coming out of China?
Okay, so it appears to be based on the statement. It looks like the U.S. president's currently wrapping up his China meeting for the most part. It sounds like he's wrapping it up. So I'm not sure of their exact schedule, but he must be planning to come back pretty quick. It looks like, here's what he said, by the way. It's a pretty lengthy statement, so I'll just read the whole thing real quick. And also, if you want to pull it up so people can follow along with it too, I reposted it. I could read it in his voice, but I think that might be too long to do that. So I'll just read it in my normal voice. He said, I want to thank you very much. He's speaking to Xi, by the way. He said, I want to thank you very much. This has been an incredible visit, and I think a lot of good has come from it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. He's a man I respect greatly. He's becoming really a fan. We've known each other now 11 years, almost 12 years, long time. And we've settled a lot of different problems that other people wouldn't have been able to settle. And the relationship is a very strong one, and we've really done something wonderful, some wonderful things, I believe. We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar in Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the Straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, and we closed it on top of them. But we want the Straits open. He also said, and we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy and it's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we've discussed a lot of other things. Yes. And also, I think we're very much on a great move. We're going to have some further discussions now with the group. I'm not sure who the group is, by the way. I said, but I want to thank President Xi and his reps. We've become friendly with them. Great people. It's great people as communists. And also an honor to be here. We'll be back, I believe, on September 24th or thereabouts. And President Xi will be coming to the United States, and we will be reciprocal, like reciprocal trade. The visit will be reciprocal, new word. We're going to lay it on the line, and we're going to have, you're going to hopefully, you're going to walk away, hopefully very impressed, like I'm very impressed with China. And I just want to end the visit by saying thank you very much. It's been a really great couple of days, and thank you very much. So, also, by the way, I mean, no offense, by the way, I'm not trying to take jazz, but that was kind of word salad. But out of all that stuff right there, it sounds to me, he's claiming they've made trade deals. So we haven't seen those trade deals yet, so we're not sure what those are, but he's claiming there's trade deals. Also, he's saying they feel similar about Iran, but so far China has not made any commitment to actually end the Iran war or reopen the strait. No real commitments have been made. Saying they don't want to nuke, that's meaningless to a large degree. It takes no action to say that. You simply say it, and that's the end of it. So they're saying they'll have further discussions, but out of the whole thing, by the way, it sounds like Taiwan was not brought up in this little speech right here. So apparently that's all there is to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Sounds to me like everything that we've already been talking about for the larger part, and basically a whole bunch of nothing. Also got to say, folks, it's really stupid that we just got insulted being called a failing nation, and then we're going to say, these are great people, a great government, it's a wonderful country, these authoritarian communists, and, they want to go to war with us, and they want to supplant us on the world stage as superpowers, but they're wonderful people. At this point, folks, it's really hard to even make any analysis on the shit, because people, like, half of the country is so brainwashed they won't listen to shit about this kind of stuff, because, 2 years ago, all those people hated China, and they wanted the whole of the People's Republic of China to be destroyed. Now, because their guy loves China for some reason, which is an enemy of the United States, which I think everybody can agree on, now people are going to come to his arms in defense, saying that the communist Chinese authoritarians that we've absolutely hated for years are now great, wonderful people, and we need to be friends with them over everybody else. That's about to come around, and it's so aggravating, folks, because it doesn't really matter how much facts or information you have, or how much you actually care for the country and want its best interest, and how much you try and present that and argue it. You're basically arguing or more so explaining things to a brick wall at this point in this country, because people are just locked in and believing the dumb shit they believe at this point. There's no point in even breaking this down and analyzing it, because if I break it down and go, this is why this isn't a good thing, and this is why we shouldn't be trying to be chummy with the Chinese, people are just going to get up in a wad over that, because they can't handle it. They hated China last week, but now they love China because their guy likes China, and there's no other reason than that. So that's my 2 cents on it. But with that, it is time for us to get back into the questions. So with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So with that, also, by the way, another thing, by the way, they said they want Iran to end, but the president just said they're going to start a new conflict with Iran. So, apparently it's not going to end from the looks of it. So I'm not sure what ending it means anymore. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to none other than Cerebrus3, once again, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that generous support yet again. And they said someone in the chat mentioned what the current U.S. position is and suffered with, and what we did to Ukraine parallels, and rather laugh at karma than be angry. Take one from the chat, please.
And thank you for the support so much, Reavers. And if you're talking about the war in Iran, it actually is a little bit analogous to the war in Ukraine in a lot of ways at this point, because of a great deal of overconfidence by a country that should, on paper, have won easily. We've ended up getting ourselves into a real fix. So pretty similar in that regard. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And we wouldn't be able to make this a reality. And we will be making sure to get one from the live chat in your honor, Cerebrus. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
This one from the live chat is going to go to Wrath of Cat, who said, why didn't Ukraine attack Russia during their military parade, at least in other parts of the country, excluding Moscow?
Generally because there was an ongoing ceasefire during that time, so it appears that the Ukrainians actually attempted to respect it and did not attack the larger part of the Russian Federation as a result of that ongoing ceasefire. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from what I know at the moment. And also, I saw someone say, let's see here. Someone said something in the chat. It was very interesting before we move on to the next one. Let's see here. Where in the world was it? Someone said, dang, where in the world was it? Someone said a self-inflicted decline thanks to our leadership. I had to say, folks, that it's not due to the leadership. Like, everybody always likes to blame the leadership, but the thing is that the leadership wouldn't be the leadership if there wasn't a whole bunch of ignorant people in the country that were voting them in. Because the last president wouldn't have been the president, and the current president wouldn't have been the president if nobody voted for them, if we're speaking about reality here. The voters are what's running this country in the ground. And that is really where the blame lies, because everybody always likes to remove the blame from the voters, especially politicians, because they never want to make it sound like the people themselves are responsible for the country. It's always a step removed. It's always just some guy up in Washington. But those guys are up in Washington because they keep getting votes from people who either are too ignorant to look into it, or they just like to drink Kool-Aid and just believe whatever anyone on the left or right tells them while they run the country in the ground, and they just keep voting for them and keep running it into the ground because they keep voting these people in. And I wish that people in the public would understand that and become a lot more educated on this topic and become more educated as voters, because the way that the left and the right operates at this point in this country, there's no way to say that the left is trying to destroy America but the right isn't, and the right's trying to destroy the country but the left isn't. They're both equally destroying the country at this point, 4 years at a time, whenever they're elected. And everybody just keeps watching it, and people are so brainwashed that they don't watch their own group tearing the country apart for their 4 years. They just only realize it and notice it when the other group's tearing the country apart for 4 years. I haven't seen anything on the entire time that we've covered news on this channel, folks, where I could say it really does look like an administration is really taking things by the reins and really looking out for American interests. They're either hardly doing it or they're doing the complete opposite.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The problem is everybody talks about lobbyists and stuff like that. You could overcome lobbyists if the people were educated. Like, you could overcome that. Like, it doesn't matter how much a special interest group pours into a certain political candidate's campaign. If the populace is educated and intelligent, then it doesn't matter how much money they pour into advertisements, because they won't be fooled by them. They'll be able to have enough intelligence to discern what's bullcrap and what's not. But the problem is now it's like there's really no way to solve that. Unfortunately, if people are going to be ignorant, there's going to be ignorant. That's just the bottom line. That's a lot harder of a problem to solve than simply dealing with the lobbyist issue, which is why people focus on the lobbyist issue and also special interest in PACs. They focus on it because that's a lot easier of a problem to handle, or at least in theory it is, than trying to basically re-educate the entire U.S. population to a large degree. Because unfortunately, here's the catch. I mean, some people don't want education. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Some people refuse it. Some people prefer to be ignorant. I've run across a few people like that, and it's kind of shocking that some people don't want to like advance themselves and move forward and educate themselves. They prefer to be ignorant, and they kind of wallow in it to a certain degree. But the problem is those same people still vote. So you got to deal with that large portion there that doesn't want to put any effort into it. And these people think they're intelligent, by the way. These people that don't want to educate themselves, they'll think they're highly intelligent. They'll go around, espousing all their beliefs with pure confidence, because pure ignorance breeds pure confidence too. They have no idea what they don't know because they're too ignorant to know what they don't know. So that's the problem.
Yeah, and also like for example, right now, somehow, folks, like it's the absolutely dumbest stuff that's brought up by like people who get into politics these days. It's things that don't matter. Like, someone just brought up something in the chat about this stupid hodgepodge shit like critical race theory. Like, I don't know if y'all know this, but when I go to the grocery store and I go and try and buy a chicken breast, I don't have to answer a quiz on critical race theory to be able to buy the chicken. The chicken's at a set price. It's either cheap or it's unaffordable. And right now it's unaffordable. Do y'all know how long it's been since I bought a piece of meat from any grocery store? It's been like 2 years. It's been more so 2.5 at this point. I haven't bought a piece of meat in so long from the store because they're too damn expensive. Like, it's so stupid that people keep talking about crap, like all these made-up mumbo-jumbo things that they talk about on the right and the left that basically turns the whole deal into a culture war. Because you know something? It's really hard, folks, to have any kind of a culture, to have a culture war on, when you're so damn broke-ass poor because everything's so expensive, you can't afford anything to eat to even have a little bit of culture. You can't put some spice on some chicken to have some culture if you don't got no money for it. And so many people are so caught up in this stupid shit about how the left and the right's trying trying to destroy the country because we need to preserve our form of a culture or their form of a culture. The whole time the economy's just running into the drain. And nobody's focusing on that and trying to fix that. We're all trying to figure out what in the world are the kids learning in school, you know? Are they getting taught well? Are they getting taught my version of indoctrination or the other party's indoctrination? Are we talking about something that nobody's going to agree on, like gun control, where literally the country split 50-50 and there will never be a compromise on that? Are we talking about that one again? That's never going to be fixed? I mean, we can all agree that we're going poor. I mean, you know, in the last administration and this one, we can all vote to fix that one. I mean, we can all agree there. We can get something done, but let's all focus on shit we're never going to agree on and doesn't really have a hill of beans of difference for most people in this country. Something that's so abstract and vague, only clowns could talk about that on the daily and make that their obsession. I mean, it's pitiful. And then people go to the polls and they vote on that. They don't vote on I actually want a good economy. They vote on everything else.
But you don't really know, though, yet. We don't really know if the people are realizing that the foreign policy is not good. We don't really know that yet. And if people take this political, it's just tough. But you know, the first tell that people, and we really have to see like poll results, like actual election results to know that, because there's a lot of bots on the internet. There's a lot of people that go around saying stuff that are being paid to say stuff that are big voices these days. So we don't really know exactly what the people think until November rolls around, and then the people sort of get to say what they're thinking. So if in November you see like a massive shift the other direction, for good or bad, like really not the point. It's just a massive shift the other direction. If you see that, then that'll indicate that, well, maybe the people are seeing the problem and maybe they are kind of getting the gist of it, and maybe they're changing their ways possibly. It doesn't mean they're suddenly educated. It just means that they've been hurt enough in their wallet book to basically they have to do something, otherwise they're going to go broke.
I mean, that's true, but it also like it's talking about in the past, like, which is what I'm talking about. I know how they thought. They elected the current guy and they elected the last guy. Both of them are about damn dumb as rocks. Like, there's no question about that, folks. Like some people might take that as political, but, oh, you just talked about my orange man or my old senile bat. They were both, like, they're both qualitatively horrific. I mean, like, there's nothing that's ever been worse in this country. And yet, people will defend them with an inch of their lives like there's been nobody better in history in this country, like Lincoln or our founding fathers or any of the other influential presidents like Teddy or Eisenhower or Kennedy. They'll all act like it was just between the last two. They're truly the greatest. And I mean, if those are the greatest, folks, this country wouldn't have survived for 250 years because it would have run itself into the ground in the first 2 terms that this nation existed in to have a president if these two were the first guys running it. And like, that's just the truth of it. It's just pitiful. Like, I gotta say, folks, it's hard to really stay in like, you know, not aggravated at the whole situation these days, because you'll see people, folks, who say that the country needs better, and a whole bunch of heart and soul will go into explaining how it should be better for everybody, not for one group on the left or the right, for everybody. And yet, nobody will listen to that. Everybody wants to get into this tribalistic little culture war deal and keep voting the country into the ground with clowns. It's a shame, really. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Cerebrus 3 once again. And also the reason why I was saying rant alert is because we have also a couple more super chats to say the same thing. So just that's why I put that out there. But the next one here goes to Cerebrus 3, who puts in a 200. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, once again for the massive support. And that is officially the largest super chat of the night. And we do appreciate it very much. That is extremely generous of you between all the super chats. And Cerebrus said, last chat from my night, and wanted to support and thank you both again for actual coverage. And thank you, by the way. They said that the circus of tribalism is vexing, and I do believe we can be better and support each other in our country, and I want us to succeed in our allies and humanity. Go LSA and enforcer to help education. And you know, honestly, like if we could somehow get America out of that whole deal, by the way, tribalism is a very, very, very strong thing to break out of. Some of the worst atrocities in history have occurred because societies get entangled in tribalism, where they basically find a common enemy and they harp on it. And right now, the common enemy in America is each other, which is the completely wrong thing, by the way. A house divided will not stand, as a great president once said. And that statement still holds true. And if we keep on this path, it's certainly not going to keep standing. I can tell you that. It's barely standing right now, if we're being perfectly honest, at least societally. People are angry as hell at each other. They want to fight. And everybody's so confused by the hatred. They don't really see, I mean, what's actually happening. They're like blind to it to a large degree. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would hope that we could eventually see that the country comes past this, because for years I've always tried to talk on the channel about what the country should be, what it could be, what we could all do together. And that takes people in this country understanding that the tribalism isn't Republicans versus Democrats, it's America versus its enemies abroad. And while we might disagree internally in this country how to be able to succeed and how to achieve those sorts of goals, we are all united in the common good of advancing the nation forward together. If you say, anyone in the chat, because it's coming, if you say that the left or the right doesn't want to achieve that and they want to destroy the country, you're going to get banned, because that's the kind of cancer that's destroying this country right now, is Kool-Aid drinking like that. It's unreal. I wish that people could understand that the United States isn't, our enemy is really within. There is no enemy within. There's no enemy within this country whatsoever. Our enemies are abroad. Our enemies are in Russia, Iran, China, and all the other countries in the world that do not support us. Our friends are our allies in Europe and East Asia and the Middle East, and also here in the Americas as well, that have continued this struggle to see that we all succeed together, because a rising tide raises all ships for the past 80 years. And we have been at that rising tide that has raised all ships for the past 80 years, and we have to continue to stay on that path. There is no other option. There is no other recourse. Life isn't easy. Life is a shit show, and every day is a fight to the death to survive against our enemies here in this nation and around the world. And that's why we have to see that Americans must be united against these common threats and enemies, which continue to pose an imminent threat to this country, who whisper lies and poisons into the ear of the public to try and rip this country apart from the inside, because they know that we're too strong to destroy us from the outside. And people need to start understanding that soon, because if they don't, this country will not be around for much longer for us to even talk about trying to make a stand and to continue to fight each and every day to see that this flag of this republic is raised over the land once again, and that we continue to defy our enemies around the world and continue to show that our nation will persist no matter what. And if people don't start getting that and don't start working off of that kind of mindset, they're not going to have a Republican Party and a Democratic Party to talk about they're destroying the country and they're the enemy within, because there's not even going to be a political apparatus in this country for those parties to live in. But I do thank you massively for the support, Cerebrus 3, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make it possible. And also, sorry if I sounded really pressed and heated when I'm saying that, but it just pisses me off to understand the reality we live in and how and what we have to try and do to get out of it and how damn momentous it is. But as long as this channel runs, and as long as I'm alive, I'm going to keep trying to look out for the nation's best interest, hell or high water. I don't care if we have people threatening us in the thousands with our lives. We've already dealt with that for years. I don't care if we never can travel to another foreign country that's not an allied one. I would never want to travel there anyways. I do not care how many people in this country that have been poisoned by the words of our enemies to hate each other do not like this channel, because we're willing to speak the reality of the situation in support of this country's interest. We are going to look out for this nation and its best interest and our allies' best interest until I'm too old or out of my mental state to be able to continue to talk about it. But I got to thank you so much once again for that support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well. And long live the Lee Spring Army and long live the Republic. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from K Starmer. Thank you very much for that $20 support, by the way. They said, was the command and control plane taken with them to China?
I actually don't know on that. Matthew, did the E-4 make it all the way to China, or did it kind of hang out in the Pacific?
I think generally it hung out, because I don't think, before I say that, let me pull that up. What is the E-4 you're saying?
Yeah, the E-4 Doomsday aircraft, it was generally following Air Force One up until Alaska, and I think it continued on with them. And the last I saw it, it was over the Aleutian Islands, but I don't know how much farther it went outside of that.
So So it looks like the E4 did not go to China. Also, by the way, I was about to say it might be a OPSEC thing. By the way, if it landed in China, it was on the runway. The Chinese are going to be putting
Signals
X-rays on it.
intelligence on it. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
who knows what they're going to be putting on? They're going to be like literally pulling in the mobile X-ray truck to probably X-ray it. So they did not put it in China. It's somewhere nearby. They don't say the exact location where it's at. The last time it was flying, it said location not available. So it's somewhere nearby. Someone says taking off from Okinawa. Is it taking off from there right now?
let me see. Yeah, it's right there. Actually, it did take off from Okinawa.
Aha. So that means the president must be on the move, or he's about to be on the move, one or the other.
Yeah, I'm guessing that at this point, that must have been as far as it went. It didn't, obviously they don't want to put it in China. I mean, hell no, you don't want to put that thing in China. Also, I gotta say, who in the world came up with the call sign Ronin 2?
What about it?
Well, it's a reference to like a Japanese Ronin, but it's a U.S. Air Force AWACS. It's like who in the world is the nerd that came up with? I mean, I'll say it's really cool, though. I have to admit it's really cool. But who in the world is the guy who loves Japan enough that they made their call sign Ronin for the century?
Yeah, honestly, like I don't really know, to be honest with you. Also, by the way, I see people mentioning something. By the way, people were talking about the whole X-ray truck comment we just made about the E-4B landing in China, possibly. We covered this last night. The officials left all their electronics behind, but one thing that someone pointed out today is the one thing they can't leave behind is the nuclear football that gets carried around by the president's aide. I think it's a military official that carries that around, not the Secret Service, and they follow the president around with it. We're not totally sure how that system works, but if it's any type of electronics, then that's a target for Chinese intelligence, if it's any type of electronics. So I don't know if, there's any possible threat that the Chinese could possibly do some type of surveillance on the nuclear football or something like that. I'm not sure if that's even possible, but that's a huge threat, like with China, like bringing anything that's electronic into their country, especially if you're a target of interest, like clearly the U.S. officials are. They're going to be trying anything and everything to try to get some details while you're there.
That's true. Hopefully they don't get anything from us, but if they do, we'll never know because they'll never tell us. But with that, I hope we've addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Game Theory, and thank you, Game Theory, as well for that support. He said, no offense to old people, I am old, but it's baby boomers screwing the country as they won't let go of power.
I'm not like sometimes I've gotten frustrated and I've just kind of like flown off the handle sometimes with some quick comments, and I've made one towards the boomers. But there are a lot of great boomers out there. I've known them and I've talked to them. I grew up around many of them, and a lot of people who were boomers were my friends. I never really related with kids my age. I always ended up hanging out with older crowds all the time because I understood them to a degree for some reason, and they also seemed to understand me for the larger part when no one else would. But the people who are in the government who are 80 and 90 years old at this point that are in the boomer category, now they are a problem. Have y'all heard, Maddie, have you heard about that one kid in North Carolina that wrote a letter as a school project to the senator for his senatorial district, and she ended up writing back a letter telling the kid that he was indoctrinated and it's a shame and everything because he wrote a letter about how electric cars were good? He's in 4th grade, by the way. He's 10 years old.
I didn't hear about that, no.
Yeah, that was actually something that has happened. Like has been a huge deal because the letter started off well, but then it ended in the most angry, jaded way about indoctrination and whatnot. And it's like I don't know how in the hell these people are so detached. And also on top of that, it's nothing against old people, but politics is something that requires vigor, and it requires being mentally there, and there are some old folks that are mentally there, but generally politics just isn't really the world for that. Now, if people want to vote for somebody that's in their 80s and may not mentally be there, and a lot of them aren't, I mean, that's just how the system is set up at this point. But I feel like folks ought to be able to have a little bit of discretion and be like, this person's getting too old for the position. We need somebody who's younger. I mean, I'm not saying like in their 30s or 20s, just someone who's maybe in their 40s or 50s, but someone who's younger, has some energy, has some spirit, is in greater connection with the economy as it is. Because another thing to think about, folks, when you're in your 80s and 90s, you've either made it to being a multimillionaire or you're living off of retirement. You're no longer actively affected, at least immediately and really in depth, an understanding of what the current economic situation is, because that's just not their wheelhouse anymore. They're not economically attached to the system like that. Others are, people who are in their 50s or younger. And that's why those types of people ought to be voted in. But I do thank you for the support, Double Those Channel, to keep it running.
It's really, I don't think it's about people being older, like at an older age or something like that. It's a mindset problem. And I think it's because like it started happening after World War II ended. World War II ended. We started going into, we had more conflicts beyond that, like in the Middle East, other stuff. We had other conflicts that we went into beyond that. But generally, though, the quality of life in America started to improve beyond World War II. It started to improve generally. And there is a certain point where people can get too comfortable. Where people think that things can always stay good and things will never change like that. They get complacent, and it starts like breeding this sort of like entitled attitude to a certain degree, and also complacency as well. So, pulling up the ladder is one thing I hear a lot of young people saying these days. They say, "Oh, the boomers pulled up the ladder to a large degree," and honestly, there's some truth to it. But the problem is, though, we can't generalize the entire category. I mean, what are there, like tens and tens of millions of baby boomers in the country?
Yeah,
it's like I can guarantee you that not all tens and tens of millions of those baby boomers think that it's right to pull up the ladder on the next generation. Like I can almost guarantee you they don't all think that.
Yeah, I mean,
but the unfortunate part is the loud ones, the ones that make themselves heard way too much, they're the ones who are saying these things that make people think that, which is not a good thing because it, of course, leads to generalizations. That's what we're seeing today.
Yeah, I would agree. And also on top of that, we have a lot of boomers here, and a lot of boomers here are very well-minded, upstanding citizens. They actually have compassion and care for their fellow countrymen, regardless of who they are or how old they are. But there are some up there in the political sphere that are absolutely horrendous. But I think you can say that, folks, about any age group, really. And there's also a horror story about every generation, because right now, the Generation Alpha, which is the one below ours, which is the most recent one, I believe, they're being vilified to hell. Everyone's saying, oh, they can't read, they're illiterate. I remember back in the day when we were growing, everyone was saying that the Gen Z kids, because we're both Gen Z, were going to be stupid because our minds were fried by our phones. But here we are. I mean, we're Gen Z kids, and we're running a show that is one of the largest on YouTube. So apparently our minds aren't that fried in this generation. So, it's a give and take sort of a thing in every group.
I wouldn't go that far to say the minds aren't fried from the phones. That's definitely had some very bad societal impacts on young people, definitely. I can tell y'all for a fact it's definitely had bad impacts. Young people, and here's the problem though, it's not the young people's fault. The older people that are saying that, they're saying it to vilify the younger people, but it shouldn't be something to be vilified. It should be something to solve, because, Gen Z didn't choose to grow up with technology. Technology was there, it was at their fingertips, so they used it, and it created a whole new set of problems that no other generations ever had to deal with. So it's generally created social problems for younger people. Because of technology, they generally occupy their time more with technology, playing video games, playing phone, games and stuff like that, jumping on social media and flipping through doom scrolling on short videos and stuff like that. So it basically, yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it's like drugs, basically. It's like dopamine hits nonstop, which is what drugs do to you, by the way. That's generally what it does to people. So to me, it's like a problem that needs to be solved. It's like, okay, so apparently technology can have damning effects when people are growing up through their adolescent years. So how do we fix that? And the older people are supposed to have, more intelligence and more experience. So instead of hating on the younger people that are inexperienced, it's like, why don't they use their experience and alleged intelligence to try to fix the problem instead of just, vilifying people?
Well, I mean, every generation's vilified, because I mean, if we talk about the baby boomers, which some people might remember, I fired off at the hip because I got quite aggravated about a draft thing at a time. There were a lot of baby boomers that were just baby boomers were shit on, to be entirely honest, when they were around our age during their time. The silent generation and the greatest generation, which are their parents, were just going off on them left and right. They're nothing but bums, they're hippies, they smoke weed, they do drugs, they have free sex with basically anything that breathes and moves. They're absolutely degenerate. They can hardly hold a job. Like, they were saying all that stuff back then. These people are stupid. They don't know anything. They don't have any discipline. I mean, there was a million things that they said about them. They don't care about their country. They're not patriots. They aren't willing to get drafted and go over to Nam. All that kind of stuff. I mean, if you go back and look at the contemporary writings of that time, they were basically saying all the bad things that people say about Generation Z and the millennials and Gen X and Gen Alpha. And it just doesn't change. Like, well, at some point, I don't know what it is, folks, but at some point, when every generation gets to a certain age, they feel like that was the only generation that still had it together, and every other generation after them is horrendous. And they just start crapping on them, because you can you can literally go back to the Middle Ages when written books became common because of the printing press, and they were writing back then, these kids are too stupid, they can't remember anything because everything's in books, and they don't have any good memory because the books are frying their minds. Like, they were literally writing that in the 14 and 1500s when the Gutenberg press came around.
Yeah. Well, the bad part for the boomers out there, for the ones that say this, because not all of them say it, but for the ones that are out there, like screw the young people, those bastards, they're X, Y, and Z, they're crap, blah 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 blah. It's like they're creating their own problem, because if y'all haven't noticed, right now in the housing market, because the prices are staying so high on homes, the younger people that would typically be buying those homes from boomers, they can't afford them, so there's no market. Also, the boomers are pricing their houses too high. They're pricing them at these massively inflated rates that started happening after COVID, and these houses are in bad shape that they're trying to sell. So, there's just a natural problem with that. First of all, nobody can afford it, and number two, even if they could afford it, they're not going to pay that price because it's dilapidated, and they're not fixing stuff. So, I mean, they're creating their own problem. It's going to create an economic collapse because there's not simply a market like it existed previously. I mean, nobody can buy a house anymore. I mean, just back in 2019, I think the average cost of a home was around $200K. Now, just a few years later, it's now $450K. That's unsustainable.
But you know something else? While people have always been dissing on generations forever, like as long as written text has existed, everybody's been dissing on the next generation that's ever come into being. But the problem is that back in the day, even with that dissing that would go on in this country before the boomers, because the boomers have kind of created this mindset that's kept going from the rest of all time, everybody in the country had some compassion. They'd be like, oh, I don't care, I don't care if the kids, whatever they say about the kids, that they're stupid and they can't read. They deserve to have a crack at it like everybody else. And we're going to make sure to try and set the system up to where they have something to inherit once the torch is passed on to them. And we don't have to die for that to happen. Like back then, people didn't have to die for that to happen. They just pass it on when they got old enough. They'd be like, it's time for retirement, or I'm just too old to keep this going. So here you go. Here's the torch. You carry it on. And that's how it was. And then when the boomers came around, because we had an economic boom in this country and generally been living kind of in it ever since, and it's only kind of possibly maybe coming to an end now, everybody got this mindset because they weren't connected to hardship. They weren't connected to the daily suffering that existed in this country up until then. Everybody got the concept of entitlement of, I got mine, screw you. All that matters is me, and nobody else matters. Not the country, not my common citizenry, nothing. It's just me. And that's been the mindset from then on. And I feel like that is a very detrimental mindset because it's screwing over each generation one after the other. Each generation, since the boomers, gets a smaller slice of the pie, and each one has the same mindset of I got mine, screw you. And everyone just keeps screwing themselves further until each generation has a slice of pie that's so thin you can see through it. And it's just
the one guy who's of that age bracket that really like, if one person could symbolize what's wrong with America right now, and the funny part is he's not even an American, but he tries to pretend like he's an American. I think he lives in Miami, possibly. Kevin O'Leary he literally exemplifies what's wrong with the country right now. Like his attitude, he made it his brand basically, being extremely greedy to a large part. Yeah, he made it his whole brand, all these bad qualities and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's what's wrong with it. It's that whole mentality right there. And we're seeing that more and more today. And also, I mean, people like to stack up money like crazy. I mean, I'm not one of these people that say, oh, we should take the money from the billionaires. It's like, well, if the billionaires made the money, it's their money. But at the same time, though, it's like you would think if the billionaires get their hands on ungodly amounts of money, like $400 billion, and they see their country, that's literally crumbling around them, start falling apart, you would think they'd want to help it instead of just draining it dry of all the resources it has. You'd think they would eventually turn around and say, let me try to give back. But we really don't see that very much. What we see today is generally they keep stacking up and they keep putting the middle finger up at American people and saying, you're preventing me from getting more money, which is insane, by the way. But it just is what it is.
Yeah, the greed though, and the whole concept of "I got mine, screw you," is a really bad sort of. Really, it's just greed. Really, is the best way to explain it. Greed is a poison that's slowly killing this country. Because back in the day, greed didn't exist like this. Like greed has always existed. Of course, folks. There was the robber barons of the Gilded Age. There were the industrial giants and the monopolists of back then. And there's always been stuff like that in this country. But it didn't seem to permeate every slice of society like it does now. Like nowadays, you can go up to some guy who's living in like Section 8, and he'll also have the greed centric mindset of screw you, I've got mine. And he's at the very bottom of the social pyramid as far as wealth. Yet almost everybody has a mindset like that, or not everybody, but you can find a lot of people out there in every strata of society that has that kind of mindset. Instead of caring about people and just wanting to do good for the sake of the good, they want to just do things for their own enrichment at the expense of everybody else, which is an ultimately destructive system. It will never work, because if you can't care for your common citizenry at all, and I'm not saying be a communist, obviously, that's ridiculous, but if you can't care for anybody at all out there at all, that's not your immediate family, then the country cannot survive that way. It just can't. There's no way that it would. And it has never survived that way. It's never existed like this until recently. And it's starting to eat itself from within. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat's going to go to none other than Give Up Now. And thank you very much, Give Up Now, for that $50 support. We do appreciate that once again. He said, as a boomer, I never said screw you. Not every old dude is a robber baron. Personally, I carved out my own and helped neighbors on their way as well. And that's why I'm and also Enforcer's saying that too. But I'm definitely saying I'm saying not to generalize the entire category, because that's super unfair. That's what we're complaining about some of the older generation doing a stereotype on the younger people, our generation. That's what we're also complaining about. So we'd be hypocrites to turn around and start generalizing the older generation. That's literally what we're complaining about. So I'm not saying that boomers are robber barons or anything like that. There's greedy people in every generation out there. I mean, there's young people that are despicable right now, and there's also older people that are despicable. It's more about the person than the actual generalization. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree, and I don't want you to think that we're saying that about every boomer, because at one point, I remember this one well, because it was about the draft, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, they ought to get drafted," and I was trying to say that's never been a popular idea, and then I got angry, just fired off the hip, a decent rant on that. But generally, there is no way to summarize an entire generation, because like I was saying back then, there were a lot of boomers that would burn their draft cards. There were a lot of boomers that would get their draft notice and they would immediately go down to the processing station and go to Vietnam. And I knew a couple of those people before they passed away, and they were amazing folks. But it is one thing to recognize like trends that have started in certain generations. And I would say that like with the boomers, I think that's kind of where this modern concept of greed, like in the way it exists right now, came from. Like it started in that generation. But I would also have to tell you, greed has taken on a form like no other in Gen Z. It started with the boomers. But if you look at some people in Gen Z, they are literally like the living personification of the lust of greed. I mean, it's insane. But that's generally what I'm trying to say about that sort of stuff. I'm not saying that every single boomer says screw you, because there's a lot, like we were saying a little while ago, there's a lot of well-minded boomers that watch this show, and there's a lot of well-minded millennials and Gen Z and Gen Xers and everybody else who watches this show that are great, amazing people. But there's always some group within every generation that gets dissed on, or gets the whole generation dissed on. But I always feel like that's a fairly unfair sort of analysis, because it's throwing everybody in a group. And obviously, not everybody in any group is ever going to be inherently always good or bad. It's always a case-by-case basis. But I do have to thank you incredibly for the support. And I also got to say that folks like you are the people who help to keep this country going with the kindness and the care and compassion that y'all have, because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't have been able to keep this channel running up until today, and we wouldn't have been able to keep this thing running, and hopefully the nation well on into the future. So a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy9775. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that very much. He did not leave a comment, but he does always put in that Crispy support, and we do appreciate that. And also, while we're at it, after shouting out Crispy Super Chat, this one goes to IBISX, who puts in a 20. And thank you as well, good sir, Ibix, for that $20 support in addition to Crispy. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to say a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, to the both of y'all. Y'all didn't throw in comments, but we are massively appreciative, and thank y'all so much for helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cerebrus3, and thank you, Cerebrus, as well. They said, I wish I could believe there would be adults in the room that would keep a good ally like Taiwan to hold our deal with them, but ... Well, thankfully, it sounds like at least Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, it sounds like he's generally come out and made a pretty strong stance saying that we'll keep Taiwan on our side and we're not going to abandon them. But of course, Marco's not the shot caller here. He doesn't get to make those decisions. So hopefully he'll be listened to if he's the prevailing voice. Hopefully so. But it sounds like Taiwan's going to be okay. But I'm sure that's probably a little comfort to Taiwan right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say, hopefully that is the case. But for now, it doesn't sound like we've sold out Taiwan. But, you know, like everything, we have to play that on a day-to-day basis because it could be once the president returns, he goes, Taiwan sucks! You know, you never know. So we have to, you know, wait and see what happens when the return comes around, which should be soon. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. With that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Music Uploader, and thank you as well, Music Uploader, for that support. They said, I'm pretty sure I've seen Costco run a summer pool special for these submarines. Anyway, here's $20 for that succulent Costco action. LSA.
And I gotta thank you incredibly for the support, Music Uploader, and I gotta thank you for helping the channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. And also, those submarines are an absolute joke. I mean, like the fast attack boats would be a threat nowhere but Hormuz. Those are a legitimate threat. The subs aren't even a threat in the Strait of Hormuz. I think that would be a hard argument to even make for most people. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Game Theory, and thank you, Game Theory, as well, for that 20. They said, can you point us to a good place to learn Chinese? Our country is kind of going doomed at this rate.
I would say don't ever give up hope. Like it's tough. I know. Like I'd say it's tough for me to even get up every day and say, you know, let's try and progress American interests. Let's try and improve the common lot. It's a hard thing to say when we watch stuff like this going on for years, no matter who's in charge. But I'd have to say, hold your head up. Don't give up. We are going, like, as long as we continue, because it's mostly a mindset thing, really. As long as Americans have the mindset that we are going to fight, there is never going to be a bell that ends the fight, and we're going to fight until the days that we eventually are pushing up the lilies 6 feet under. No matter how that happens, we're going to keep fighting until then. This country will be able to persevere through anything. So don't give up yet. Make sure to keep fighting until the bell rings, which is basically whenever all of us expire at some point. And we're going to try and keep the country going hell or high water. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Paul DeSena, and thank you, Paul, for that 20. He said, speaking of the Thucydides trap, Sparta, the established power, won the Peloponnesian War over Athens, its rising rival, and curious whether Xi thought that through. But yeah, I would have been out the door once I heard that.
You know, I wonder if he did. But honestly, you know, that's also something like you know, I gotta say, I'm not really a big one for antiquity myself. I'm more of a modern history person from 1600 onwards or so. But it is interesting, you know, when you hear something like the Thucydides trap. Would y'all ever imagine the president of the United States even knowing something like that to mention? Like, you know, like, I will say this. One thing that the Chinese, most countries in the world, have over the United States is education. Education in this country is woefully under equipped compared to our other counterparts, even here in the West, which are very advanced in education. And I wish we would see that sort of a gap would also be fixed as well, to some extent. Not, you know, you don't have to know the Thucydides trap, but you have to know something beyond, you know, the basic headline historic stuff like the Declaration of Independence, George Washington and Lincoln. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Give Up Now. He puts in a 20. And thank you once again. They said foreign leaders are inured. Inure means to become accustomed to something difficult, painful, or unpleasant over time. It implies a process of toughening or desensitizing yourself to hardships so they no longer bother you.
Oh man, we're kind of familiar with that. Not probably to the degree of some of the world leaders because they're legitimately sociopaths, but we've had some of that sort of character building moments back here behind the scenes we've never told you all about. But yeah, I've heard of a nerd, and I would have to say there are a lot of them are definitely a nerd. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cerebrus once again, and thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that support yet again. And they said hot take, but something everyone should be able to agree on, is regardless of age, country, gender, we are all human and treat each other with respect and humility. And that's why I teach the special needs children I work with. And also that's a very good thing, by the way. I just don't know. Like it's hard to see the human when everybody dehumanizes each other. Like when you put people into groups and you start, like one person said earlier, putting people into tribes, it creates tribalism, which is essentially dehumanizing people. So you don't see the person. You don't see the person that was once a child. You don't see the person that grew up to be who they are today or the struggles they've been through, anything like that. You don't see that stuff. You just see the group, the tribe they're associated with, which makes it a lot easier to do bad things and also say bad things to people, is because you don't see the human anymore. And that's the whole point behind it. That's why they push stuff like that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. The way I would look at it, my personal sort of a perspective, is that regardless of who someone is, politically, age-wise, sex, race, or anything, they're an American. And even if they're not an American and they're in this country as a foreigner, I say that they should be treated well because they're guests of our nation, and we should always make sure that our nation is reflected well at home and abroad to foreigners, so that way they have a good impression of Americans and our people. And also so that way Americans treat each other well, so that way we can see that we can stop focusing on trying to find the differences amongst ourselves and ways to divide ourselves further and hate each other, but a way to understand each other. Even if we won't ever see eye to eye on some issues, we should at least be able to see eye to eye to advance this nation forward in our common good. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And a big thanks to you for always enjoying this channel as well, Cerebrus. You've been here for a long time. And also, that's a very honorable thing that you do right there, being an educator. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Man Moth, and thank you very much, Man Moth, for that 10. He said, it's my birthday, and also happy birthday to you, by the way. He said, have some money and get off my lawn.
Get off your lawn? But sir, but I am supposed to be here. This is a public place. I am a sovereign citizen. Big thanks to your support. And a big happy birthday to you. I hope you've been having a good one today. And I hope that you've been enjoying the show on your birthday. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And I saw someone ask, are they even American? Well, I hope so.
Oh, I'm from L.A. I was born and raised there. L.A.
Lower Alabama.
Yes. I love that. I love that joke right there. If you're from Alabama and you've lived there for a long time, everybody will know that joke because everybody will say, "Oh yeah, I'm from LA," which means Lower Alabama, and everybody's like, "Oh, you're from LA? Like it must be crazy living out there." It's like, "Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's not Los Angeles."
I tell you what, we ain't got Beverly Hills, but we sure as hell got the damn Skid Row. Shit. Ding, 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 ding. But anyways, with that, yeah, we're Americans, if y'all are wondering. And the accent should give it away for the most part. We're Americans, born and raised. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ian Mitson, and thank you very much, Ian, for that support. He said, seeing what your workflow looks like, if I had to do it for a living, I'd eat the honey badger on day 3. A long time from now, you guys will go out with a sharp mind for sure with so much mental exercise. And also, you just saw the Patreon post, by the way. I actually did a behind-the-scenes video of how my whole setup runs every night. What you saw on the Patreon post is exactly what I'm looking at on the screen right now all night, and I do it for 3 to 4 hours every single night for the past 4+ years. So it's a lot to keep up with. Like, I'm looking at everything. I'm switching between like 100 different tabs and stuff like that, and also checking the breaking news, too, on the air. But at this point, I've gotten used to it. It used to be a lot. I used to get overwhelmed by it, but no longer anymore. I guess I've kind of adapted to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say the workflow on Matthew's end is quite a lot during the show. Actually, both of our workloads are quite a lot during the show. I mean, this is the highest intensity work point that I think we both have. And then also, my workload before the show is putting together the map. Usually the thumbnail, but these days, we actually both make thumbnails. But I usually spend like 30 to 40 minutes a night making like 3 or 4 different variants of thumbnails these days because we always try and make the best of everything. So it's better to have multiple variants. So yeah, the workload's a lot, but honestly, I think we've just gotten used to it. And also on top of that, I mean, like, whether we got used to it or not, we love what we do. I mean, even we get exhausted sometimes, we like to just have a break to kind of recharge, because it does get tiresome to do this just from the amount of effort it takes. We still love the job. I mean, we love what we do. It's a great thing and it's really fun. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh, I can't even say this with a straight face. I was about to say it and then I started cracking up. But so I made a joke yesterday, folks. I said, watch them bring in McDonald's at this Beijing meeting. They just brought in McDonald's. I'm not bullshitting you. They just brought in McDonald's for the press pool in Beijing. So this is being reported by, let's see here, being reported by Nikki Schwab on Twitter, who appears to be a reporter for mainstream news, it looks like. They're saying the White House press pool is being fed McDonald's for lunch in Beijing, reports a pooler. So McDonald's for lunch, I tell you what, that's crazy. I mean, at least it's consistent. I will say that.
I gotta say, man, is there like some sort of ongoing deal with McDonald's for this? Like, what in the world it keeps leading this to happen?
I don't know. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't care if I was in the press pool. I wouldn't care McDonald's. Also, by the way, there's no obligation to feed them like the top-notch food or anything like that. But it's just weird. McDonald's. It's just really just honestly more of the joke. Really nothing to bash really, but it's just more of like the running joke.
Yeah, I'd have to say so. But with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Eastside Barbell. He said, "What is our oil output from Alaska?"
Our oil output from Alaska is pretty decent, but I don't think it's as much as people think. Let me see. Oil production in Alaska. It is. Oh, it's only 400,000 barrels a day. So actually not a lot at all. It peaked back in the day in 1988 at 2 million barrels a day, but nowadays it's down to about 400,000 barrels a day. So that's about half of Venezuela. So Alaska isn't really that big of an oil state any longer. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Grand Moff Clubby. And thank you very much, Grand Moff, for that $10 support. They said, I have a bad feeling about the U.S.-China talks and the rising tensions. It feels like the U.S. might waffle or do something dumb from Chinese pressure. It feels unpredictable. LLT, LSA, and the Empire.
And it is largely unpredictable, unfortunately. We've been very worried about that as well. But at least on the bright side, we didn't end up, selling out Taiwan. We just ended up escalating tensions, which isn't really a good outcome for us right now. But better than selling out Taiwan, at least from what we can tell at the moment. So I hope that does address that well. A big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cerebrus yet again, and a huge shout out to Cerebrus, by the way, for all that support tonight. They said, honestly, it seems like a basic tactic concerning the current diplomatic discourse. Look, they took our boat. We can negotiate, USA, with minimal loss to them, but who knows?
It's possible. I mean, nothing's ever out of the question. There's always a possibility. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. With that, we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, so I'm seeing some folks, I see Ms. Deesa and a couple other folks are pointing something out here. They're saying, did you see the U.S. president take a peek at Xi Jinping's documents on the side? I see that Ms. Deesa just sent me the Twitter post from it right here. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but the thumbnail appears to show, I don't know, it looks like he's looking into a binder that has the U.S. seal on it, but it looks like he might have tried to take a peek at the Chinese documents laying on the table, maybe, possibly. Honestly, I'll say this, I'm not trying to just glaze in. Honestly, if the Chinese documents are sitting over there, I'll probably take a look at them too. I'll be like, what the hell does that say over there? What's Xi Jinping planning? Not that they put their master plan out on the table or anything like that, but that is something else right there. Apparently taking a quick look at the documents.
Man, and then he looked over and it was all in Mandarin and it was for nothing. Man, that's the truth. Yeah, Violum Eater just put in the chat. You look over and see that, it's like, what do you get from that? Nothing.
Look at this. It's in Swahili. It's a different type. What the hell is that? No wonder they don't know what they're doing. They got it in Swahili.
Man, man, he like when G comes back, he's talking to this guy. Oh yeah, we're about to screw over the Americans real good. He sits down and then the president goes, "Ni hao, Xi Jinping. What's up, Bing Jilling?" Like it's like, oh, it's like he can speak Mandarin. I would doubt that. That's never happening. But it'd be crazy funny.
What if Bro can read up straight Mandarin and just like got the secrets from China by reading the document?
He comes back. We have the secret sauce. We know everything that they're about to do. Like I can read Mandarin. But well, you know, if you listen to some people in the government, you know, he like drew up a perfect map of the Middle East and then put every single military unit in the area down by memory. You might think he might actually read Mandarin. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
They said, sir, you gotta learn Mandarin, sir. And I said, I don't want any oranges. I'm not hungry. Keep those away. I like the canned type with syrup. You know, the type with light syrup. They say, we don't want that sickening type. I said, no Mandarin for me. I'm not learning it. There's nothing to learn. You eat. That's all you do. New word, eat. It's called consuming. Like the consumer. That's what they call them. They buy stuff, consumers, brand new stuff. But our next one goes to Ian Mitson, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Ian, for that support. He said, I thought the Chinese will take full advantage of that visit and play them like a fiddle. Is this outcome actually better? I personally feel relieved that it went kind of bad, kind of weird, LOL.
Out of the two ways that this could have gone badly, this is probably the best way it could have gone badly, because we didn't end up screwing ourselves over, at least yet. And it seems like we're kind of holding our ground to some degree, at least on strategic interests like Taiwan. So I thank you so much for the support. I hope that this addressed that well. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on to the next one.
They said, sir, I want to speak to the top general. General So, bring him out. I'm hearing big things about General So. He's in every restaurant. He has eyes everywhere. But moving into our next one, this one goes to Daniel McConnell, who put in a 10. And he said, all this talk about Beijing got me thinking about Beijing beef, LSA.
All of this talking has me thinking about Sun Tzu's The Art of War, Chapter 4, Tactical Dispositions, Line 12. Hence his victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom nor credit for courage. And I gotta thank you so much for the support. And I've gotta say that folks like you help me to remain hungry because I think of that Beijing beef. But with that, we are on to the next one.
That's what they're serving up tonight, Beijing beef. They said, you're a dying country. And I said, sir, serve up the beef, extra. Actually, let's just take the beef and we'll just simply pocket the beef, actually. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Music Uploader, who puts in 10. They said that China hides more than they like to admit. Oh, definitely. They said that their debt problem is very bad and their export economy model is choking. China, my apologies, I'm too immature for this, LSA.
No, that was a good one. We just sadly can't read it. Yeah, it's a good one. I was reading it while Matthew was reading it. But I do have to say, they do have a lot of problems, and that's why their economy's been stagnating for the past 3 years. But I do have to say, Music Uploader, I have to give you a word of wisdom from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, Chapter 5, Energy, Line 2. Fighting with a large army under your command is no wise different from fighting with a small one. It is merely a question of instituting signs and signals. So you have to have a stop sign and a red light, and you can command any army you want. It's very easy. Red light's brand new word, great word, and a lot of people have been calling up going, sir. But anyway, so that a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Music Uploader once again, who puts in another 10 and said the U.S. plan could be, number one, open up China. Number two, extract their industrial base. China invades Taiwan out of despair. Number three, then choke off the Strait of Malacca and cripple them. It's a wild guess, but what do y'all think?
I would doubt that, sadly, Music Uploader, because that's way too much strategic genius. Actually, a good idea. I'm not going to lie. That's actually a pretty good one. But because of that, it's too much strategic genius to say that that would be their plan, unfortunately. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. And before we move on, I do have to give him an excerpt from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, Chapter 9, The Army on the March, Rule 3. After crossing a river, you should get very far away from it. I'm not kidding. That's an actual rule in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Get away from the river. You can drown. It's not good. It's dangerous. Many people have been telling me that. Tell them about that, Senator. I gotta tell y'all that being near a river is real dangerous. You can really drown up in there. But personally, I once opened up a mouth and put it in a river, and I drank all the water I could. It was very tasty. I called it glacier ice. Great guy, really. He's crazy, kind of, but great guy. But anyway, so that we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, Russia's Putin just announced he'll be heading to China in just a few days, just days after the historic U.S. meeting. So now Putin is going to be showing up to meet with Xi Jinping. That's kind of interesting right there, isn't it? But moving on to our next one. This one goes to I will eat your hot dogs you put into 10. Said, sir, I love hot dogs, sir. Big, beautiful hot dogs. Also, I remember you guys talking about the Mustang EcoBoost. It makes 300 horses under the hood. That's horses under the hood. It's remarkable how they fit those under there. It's not normal. And it goes 60 in seconds. I absolutely love the Mustang. Good for daily.
I gotta say, thank you so much for the support. I really eat hot dogs, and I gotta say, it's a really crazy thing to talk about. The Mustang EcoBoost, one of those liberal schemes trying to make it ecological. We ought to make it where it kills the trees when it drives by. But beyond that, though, I gotta say, the Mustang's pretty cool. And also, what's really cool is Chapter 9, The Army on the March by Sun Tzu. Rule 11, all armies prefer high ground to low and sunny places to dark. Isn't that crazy? This guy was so smart, he said shit that was clearly obvious, and for some reason he's a genius. Color me shocked. Really crazy. You know, if China's working off of these kinds of concepts for their strategy, they're kind of cooked. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that quite well. And we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Cerebrus3, who puts in a 10 and said, if only the U.S. could spend more time invested in share interest with Ukraine to catch up on modern warfare and go LSA.
I would agree with you, Cerebrus. I think that catching up on modern drone warfare doctrine with Ukraine would be vital. We have to catch up. It's a matter of national security. And considering that that is the way wars will be fought now, we must be ready. And so big thanks to you for support, and I will just channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now. He said, Stalin was not a boomer. No, he was a bastard.
Let me tell you something. Stalin kind of was a boomer. He was a really big boomer because, you see, he would actually fart in his office whenever people were around. It was kind of weird. Really long ones, too. They were very loud, and everybody would go, wow, that's crazy. And honestly, we have to remember Sun Tzu's The Art of War, Chapter 9, The Army on the March. Rule 20, if his place of encampment is of easy access, he is tendering a bait. What do you know, everybody? If it looks like they're easy to attack, it's a trap. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? It's almost like this guy is quite literally common average intelligence. He's maybe lukewarm intelligence, because I would have come up with this stuff 4,000 years ago, not 2,000 years ago. It would have been 4, and everyone would have been going, sir, you're so smart. But anyway, so that we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, we have some more super chats to go. I think we're going to speed up slightly here because we're starting to run late. But this one goes to Cerebrus, who puts in a 10. They said, that would be remarkable trolling. It's literally the dinner menu he left out to see if he makes something up. And that would have given me a chuckle. And one from the chat, please.
That would have been pretty funny, honestly. What if it was like the dinner itinerary? It's not going to say anything important. It was probably bullet points on it, like, make sure to say this, ask this question, say this, that kind of stuff. Because they usually plan the stuff out heavily. It's almost choreographed by most sides. But a big thanks to you for support. We will get one from the live chats. Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Jeep Girl, who said, could they have converted those subs to drones like Sea Babies, kind of like Ukraine did with those mini small aircraft?
They could have. Yeah, that's actually possible. I couldn't tell you for sure. But there is a possibility, but I'm doubting, because that might be a little bit expensive and mechanically complicated for the Iranians to try and pull off rapidly, because we didn't hear any announcements about such a thing before the war. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Robert Krogan yet again, and thank you, Robert, as well. He said, good evening, enforcers and LSA, and take one for the chat if you please.
And thank you so much for the support, Robert, and a big good evening to you. And we will be making sure to take one from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Common Sense, who said, will you be discussing the Russian attack on Ukraine and the damages from this attack?
We discussed it a little bit, but generally we don't get heavily involved in attacks inside of Ukraine because there isn't really a lot of strategic pertinence to get out of them, to be frank. Most of the time, the Russians are just blowing up civilians, and that kind of stuff is very hard to cover continuously, so we usually redact that, because a lot of other great institutions like United 24 cover that on the near daily. So I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Chance, and thank you, Chance, as well. He said, what the hell was that perfect Werner Herzog impression, LOL, and where did that come from?
It came from this clip that I saw a while ago of him talking to a lady. I think her husband was mauled by a bear or something like that, and there was a recording of it. And he listened to it, and he said, "Oh my God, this is the worst thing that I have ever heard. You should take this and destroy it." And I listened to it, and I was like, this guy has such a fascinating way of speaking. I was like, I really like this guy's voice. And so it stuck with me immediately, and I didn't even need to practice to do it. It's just immediate off the top of my head.
You should watch that. You should watch that movie of him narrating the Middle East like oil well fires and stuff like that. Strange character in that movie.
Yeah, he's a strange character all around. Have you watched that clip of him when he was talking about when he was in North Africa, and he's like, I was in North Africa, and this child soldier, he came up and put a gun to my head, and he was telling me, something in his home language, and I was telling him, please calm down, take this gun off my head, I don't know what you're saying, and he just wouldn't listen to me. But those things happen, And he was just so calm about it. I was like, damn, bro, you almost died. It's like, you're just so calm about it. I was like, this guy is something else. But anyways,
he's quintessentially German. Like that's like very, very German. Like that type of dry humor and also quirkiness like that is very, very much German.
Man, what's weird is I watched another clip, not trying to rabbit hole too long here, but I watched a clip, man, of like a German citizen. He was riding his bicycle through the crosswalk, which is apparently unlawful in some part of Germany. You have to get off of it and walk it across the crosswalk. So the police came up and said, "Hey, stop! I have to give you a ticket." And then like the bicycle, like, "Oh, come on, this is not a ticket for these things. This is not against the law." And then, yes, it is against the law. I am an officer. I have studied the law, and I have the book here. And he literally opens up the book, and he's like going to the citation for the bike. One must try and walk across the crosswalk. And later, dude, the bicycle guy returned and said, I have to insist, this is a matter of law, and, this is totally legal. And the guy said, are you trying to get the fine rescinded, or is this just on principle? And the guy said, it is just on principle. I do not care about the fines. This is about making sure that the law is followed. I was like, dude, I don't know what it is with Germans, but Germans are very procedurally minded people.
Yeah, they are. You must follow the rules. They're very much into that. Papers. I'm just joking.
Honestly, kind of commendable, though. I like that they're very rules. Well, not in that way, but I mean, like, in general, like, in their daily lives today, where they're not living under mustache man, like, it's a respectable thing, because,
We gotta chill out. You gotta chill out, man. Man. Oh, man.
What the hell, bruh? Is the Austrian painter in charge of Germany today? No. I'm talking about the modern day.
I got done making a joke, and you're like, that's commendable. It's like, no, it's not.
No, not that. I'm
Bro.
talking about my example, about the bicycle guy and his conversation on the law. I find that kind of like efficiency and procedural like just expectancy to actually be somewhat commendable for him, because if you look at German society, it is a very orderly sort of a system, and that is something that you do have to commend the Germans for, kind of like how the British believe in the rights of the individual, well, mostly have believed in the rights of the individual to the extreme, which is what led our government to exist. There's a lot of commendable things that you can pick out of each country. Germany has that. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ross, all the way from Australia with a 20 Australian. And thank you very much for that support, Ross, as always, down there from down under. They said, sir, China went backwards for centuries until we traded them with the CCP, Communist something party, they say. I'm not sure, but it's communist. And it helped to drag them out of deep poverty. Poverty, they say it's really tough. They say it's tough. It's only being able to buy a Rolls instead of a Ferrari. Geos is for everything, especially for KFC and Big Macs.
I have to say that's very true. China owes us everything. The Chinese hate us. They want to eat our lunch 2 years later. I love China. I love Xi. He's a great friend of mine. I love him. He's so wonderful. Look at him. He's so pretty over there looking like Winnie the Pooh. He's about to stick his little hand into a pot of honey, and it's going to get stuck in there. What a great guy. My big thanks to your support. I hope that is dressed up well, Ross. And we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Game Theory, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much as well, good sir. He said that they said the deal maker and the chairman met for a summit. Also, yeah, well, I'm not going to make that joke. I'm going to offend somebody with that. But he said reporters asked what they agreed on. The chairman said, we both prefer doing things unilaterally. The deal maker nodded, no one else to disappoint.
That's a good one. That's actually a good one right there, Game Theory. I thank you for the support, and I thank you for sharing that. It definitely gave me a minute to laugh. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
I think I can do it. I can cover this joke right here with a little impression. You know, they say the deal maker and chairman walked into a bar like two Corinthians. That's what they did. They walked into a bar together. That's together forever, like Toad and Frog. They say, sir, that Toad and that Frog. I thought those were the same thing, but they're different. But moving on to our next one. This one goes to Game Theory yet again. He said, can those drones fire Panzerfaust?
I don't know about Panzerfaust. I also had to do some research because maybe it was like, oh, they do have recoil. So an anti-tank weapon has most recoilless ones that are shoulder fired have a recoil that's equivalent to a 223 or less. So
I was right.
But in terms of recoil, though, that's basically not like we've seen those very same type size of drones literally wielding AKs on full auto bursts, and they hardly shudder around at all. So I mean, like generally. I mean, it's not like shocking that it handled the recoil. If it's that little, I mean, we've seen it fire an AK. An AK, a 7.62, has a little bit more recoil than a 223. So that's why I was like, well, it's recoil. So it's like, it's not going to be blowing this thing out of the sky. Like, that would be like an anti-tank gun. This is a recoilless rifle. But you are correct, though. It does have some recoil, but not, like a gob-stopping amount of recoil. Because then it would be unusable. But outside of that, I don't know about Panzerfaust, because I do know that they operate kind of off of that recoilless sort of a principle, like a bazooka from World War II. So, I mean, it could, but that giant shield that they build onto them, which I think is, like, fixed on where you can't take it off, that might pose an issue. But I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Thomas D'Orazio, put in a 5. And thank you, Thomas, for that support very much. We also have a 5 from LSA Worm. And thank you, LSA Worm, for supporting the channel, just like Thomas. We also have a 5 from Saint Sir Nicholas, who said, do you like Warhammer? And if so, favorite books and games? And also, thanks for how you advised me on YouTube in 25. I made a couple of new vids based on your teachings.
Oh, wow, that's cool. And also, no problem at all. I'm always happy to help folks. And also, I kind of like Warhammer a little bit. I kind of like come in and out of favor with it because like space sci-fi stuff used to kind of be a big thing for me, like for Star Trek and Star Wars, but I'm just not really a big one into that anymore. But Warhammer 40K is really cool to me. I think Warhammer 40K is probably the neatest, or the Horus Heresy. And generally the only thing I really care about when I read about that is the Imperium of Man and the Astra Militarum and also the Adeptus Astartes, which are everybody's go-tos. But a big thanks to you for supporting up with this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Give Up Now. He said, if a hypothetical war broke out, would a hypothetical ceasefire?
If a hypothetical war happened in the middle of a hypothetical trade deal with a hypothetical ceasefire and a hypothetical boat happened to sail through a hypothetical body of water, will that lead to a hypothetical outcome? And the answer is yes. But a big thanks to you for the support. We're on to the next one.
We also want a 5 from DWRB. And he said something about 1 a.m. McDonald's after work just hits different. LSA. Oh, I've tried that before. I don't really care for that too much. That whole 1 a.m. McDonald's thing right there. That didn't agree with me. But Enforcer, what say you?
Matthew's talking about a specific story that I remember. A long time ago, in a state far, far away, we got done with the stream and we said, let's go to McDonald's and let's get some quarter pounders with cheese. So we went down there, and it took him about 10 minutes to cook up a quarter pounder with cheese. There was the problem. Matthew went home. We both went back to HQ 2.0, and he bit into it. And both of the burgers were uncooked. Like, they were literally just, like, seared. I don't even know how that happens in a McDonald's. But they were gushing, like, just red juice. Like, it's not blood. Like, by the way, it's, like, some juice that's left over that's red, like blood. But it was not good. So, generally, we both avoid 1 a.m. McDonald's these days because of that. Like, even I avoid McDonald's because of that one. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ben, and thank you, Ben, for that support. He said, I may be conservative, but it's funny to me when people say America is a Christian nation. He said, let's see here. He said materialism is the problem. Technically, the founding fathers, I believe some of them were Christian, but the country itself, though, is supposed to have a separation between church and state. They designed it like that. People have the freedom of religion here. So, technically, there is no state religion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, I kind of get, I get absolutely bumfuzzled when people are like, this is a Christian country. It's just like, no, it's not. Like, it's like, and what kind of Christian is it? It's like, it's not. Because back when the country was founded, there was about 20 different versions, mainstream versions, of Protestant and Catholic Christianity in this country, and nobody could agree. Because back then, it was looked at as basically there was just different religions. Nobody could agree which one was going to be the religion. And while a lot of people look at that differently these days, where a Christian is a Christian, Eastern Orthodox, Catholic, or Protestant might as well all be one and the same, it's not. There's huge theological differences, and that's why the country has freedom of religion, so that way you can believe in God or whatever God you would like, however you would like, because that's none of the government's business. So I hope that does answer that well, and a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Turbo Wolf, and thank you, Turbo Wolf, for that 5, and we do appreciate that. He said, thanks for another great night of news and LSA. And we're glad we were able to deliver, by the way, and we appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Steen Shroud. He said, with negotiation going nowhere, do you think the USA ends up in a boots-on-the-ground conflict in Iran?
I think it might to a limited extent, but it's not going to be a full invasion. I don't think it'll ever get there. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one. We
also have a 5 from Moon, who said they had some stuff off the McDonald's menu with some fries.
Oh, well, that's nice. But a big thanks to your support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Cerebrus, who said, if anyone wants to laugh, including enforcers, Helsing Abridged is wild and has a lot of historical humor. It is anime, though, and don't watch it around kids. I actually watched Scarface on Monday, with Sosa putting that dude out the helicopter, and also the chainsaw in the bathtub and stuff like that. Quite a violent movie. I finally watched it. It was all right. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I got to say that's very interesting right there. And I'll have to take a look. I don't really watch a lot of anime myself, but maybe I'll take a look into it. But big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB, who said, gotta give the live chat what they want. BNSF America 250 units dropped today.
They did, and they actually look clean. Like, that's what they look like. They made, I think, 4 of these. Each one has a different little moniker on the side. But honestly, the We the People one is my favorite, in my opinion. But a really nice paint job for a really interesting railroad with a cool history. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 3 from Boycott China, who said, a gift from China to IRGC. They lie always.
China always lies. They play us for clowns. Don't you remember that? I do, when he said that like 2 years ago. And now it's not the case. Very crazy. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Slinger. And thank you, Slinger, for that 3. He said, I got 350 toward it.
Tree fitting? That's a South Park reference, I think. Pretty good one. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Plazoth for putting in a 2. And thank you, Plazoth, for that support. With no comment, though. But we do appreciate that from Plazoth, as always. We also have a 2 from Give Up Now. He said, I blame Canada.
I have to say that that's a decent sort of an outlook, but we have to remember Sun Tzu, Chapter 10, Terrain, and specifically Rule number 30, hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, your victory will not stand in doubt. If you know heaven and know earth, you make your victory complete. That's deep. But beyond that, though, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're into the next one.
We also have another 5 from Slinger, and thank you as well. He said 2 or 3 ply.
If we're speaking toilet paper, any increase in ply is better. We grew up in public school, and sometimes you'd have to go to the public school bathroom. And I feel like folks at public school bathrooms, they'd buy sandpaper toilet paper, because I don't know.
1 ply.
I don't know what that stuff is made out of, man. I think it's made out of industrial wood pulp, because that shit would rip you up. And that's why I avoid the school bathrooms like the plague, because that toilet paper was ass. Pun intended. But anyways, a big thanks for your support. Hope that this addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Kuri, who put in a 1. And thank you very much, Kuri, for that $1 support. And we do appreciate that. And folks, it is now time, at a very late hour, by the way, to get into our live chat questions and our Morse code decoders. But once again, a huge shout out to all the super chatters for supporting the channel. And we do appreciate that very much. But now let's hear from the live chat. But first of all, the Morse code decoders. We have Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Secretary, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse says Iran is down there playing Pirates of the Caribbean while China insults the U.S. directly. LLT, LSA.
And That's the sound of money. I get that on the nail. That's Morse coming tonight. I congratulate you greatly on getting that correct time and time again. Y'all are always getting it right, and it's amazing to know the least fingers in the core never misses a Morse code message. Yippee! And so a big thanks to y'all once again for getting that right time and time again. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on. Bro, who are you saying that to?
Huh?
Who are you saying that to?
What about dude wipes?
Yeah, what the hell does that mean?
That's a wipe for a dude.
Whoa, are you telling me that that's a wipe for a dude? Whoa.
It's a wet wipe.
Oh, yeah, those, yeah. All right, so
Yeah, it's just a wet wipe. They call it a dude wipe, so that way, the tactical guys would buy it.
Man, I'm wiping my ass with a wet one because I'm a man. It's a dude wipe because I'm a man. But anyway, so that it is time for us folks to get on into the third to last question of the night. So what do we got?
And this one goes to Justin. He said, I've heard the Ford will be put up in dry dock for 2 years of maintenance. Any thoughts?
2 years? What the hell are they doing? Refitting the whole ship? Like the laundry room caught on fire, that's all. That's all. And a couple of berthing spaces. All they got to do is repaint the bulkheads and put in some bunks. It's not like it, apparently, if they're saying 2 years, whatever happened in that ship is far worse than they said. But I hope that does address that well. That's nuts, though. I haven't heard that until now. I'm going to have to look into that after the show. But with that, we're on the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Marie Jacobs. He said, does oil sitting on those tankers that are stuck in the strait have a shelf life?
Crude oil does not have a shelf life. That's actually why it's transported that way. Because if it didn't have a shelf life, what would make the most sense is to just refine the specific components of a refined fuel product and then just keep those in storage forever because it also would have a shelf life. But crude oil does not. And so
it's
that's
like
what,
wine.
Huh?
It ages over time. It's like wine. It ages. It's fossil juice.
It basically is that good, delicious fossil juice. Don't drink it, though. But don't drink it. But beyond that, though, it never expires. It has an unlimited shelf life. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is lucky last? Oh, hold up. Let me do that without the voice crack. I'm about to sound like Barney Five. Who is out there? But anyways, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And a viewer is AF Kaplan, who said, could these mini subs being launched by Iran be a threat to internet cables to the other Gulf states?
Not really, no, because the little subs actually, from what I understand, they don't have an anchor. And so they have really no way to drag anything along the cables. So they're not really a threat to the cables. They're more so a threat to commercial shipping in the area and would certainly not pose a threat to the U.S. Navy. Their top speed submerged is 7 knots, which is slower than an oil tanker at top speed. So those things are dreadfully slow, woefully under-equipped, with basically no optics or sensor equipment outside the periscope. So they are sitting ducks, and I bet they're incredibly loud as well when they're operating or snorkeling. So not a threat really to anybody or anything, rather than maybe a commercial ship trying to pass on through. So I hope that does address that well. Great question, by the way, A.F. Kaplan. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all greatly for enjoying this channel tonight. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to run this thing for all of y'all. We had 16.3 thousand people here at the peak, and 118,000 people have watched this stream before it ended. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that each and every single one of y'all have enjoyed this stream so much, and I hope that we've been able to run y'all a good one tonight. And of course, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, Matthew will be the one making that short war video tomorrow. And that's
me.
right.
That's me. That's me.
And we're right on that, right? Because I'm thinking today was my day, wasn't it?
Tomorrow's my day. Today was your day, but you didn't do one today because there wasn't news out early enough.
Oh my God, I'm having a Biden. Whoa, Jack, you gotta understand. But I'm sorry.
You know, the way they used to bang the straight razors on the curb and put them in rain barrels and go around and take them out the barn, out the back where they keep the dogs, dogs, canines, fluffies. They call them fluffies.
You had to go out there and pull the pants down on the scarecrow, on the farm, old McDonald and the farm. But anyways, I'm sorry, I'm losing it here at this later part of the stream, folks. But I thank you all so much for watching. If we have a shorter video, Matt will be making it. If we don't have a shorter video, which I hate to tell you, folks, chances are high that we probably won't, we will see you all at 10 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. So with that, good night, good luck, stay safe, take care, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a big shout out to the over 120,000 people that were here by the end of the stream. And we will see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next nightly War News stream. It looks like the U.S. president is going to be coming back pretty soon to the United States. And we might be seeing a resumption of the Iran war. I'm not sure if this weekend is going to be a good estimate for that because it's already Friday right now. And I'm not sure if that's going to be happening this weekend. We'll have to see, though, because anything's possible. It could be planned to start immediately. It's hard to tell. But in the meantime, though, there will be a short video midday tomorrow if there is enough news to cover in the meantime. But also, of course, you can follow us on Twitter, by the way. I call it manic tweeting. They call it manic tweeting. They call it manic. I'm a little bit like that in a certain way. I tweet throughout the night. It's really disrupting my sleep. But, you know, it's okay, though, because I do it anyway. But anyways, follow us on Twitter, by the way, at It's the Enforcer on Twitter. And in the meantime, though, we'll see you on the next one. And, of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Some